the Principal Secretary, State Department of Shipping and Maritime, and also the Special Envoy for the Maritime and Blue Economy, Madam Nancy Karigito. We have the Governor, who is still on the way, or is a representative, we have been told is coming. His Excellency Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, the Board of Directors who are seated here with us, they represent also others who could not be able to come. Other directors of other companies who are here with us, the IMO representative, who is going also to speak to us, the global thinking of this particular day, the heads of maritime and shipping organizations, the freight logistics consultants, represented by Kifwa and Salim. There are also ambassadors, consultants, so everything freight logistics, they provide solutions, they are here. The port communities, I'm very excited to see a number of you as we were walking in. The speakers for whom we have prepared these tables, they'll be able to share with us what are the key issues on this particular day. The students who could be here, the media fraternity, stakeholders, partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Kenya Maritime Authority is delighted to welcome you here, and more so when the room is filled up with eager, expecting ears who are going to listen to what is there for today, digest and see what are we doing about the theme for this year. Last year it was about the seafarers, and we talked a lot about the role they play, and we have also seen a lot of evolving developments in the seafaring world. Amidst the COVID, the challenges and how we were able to deal with them, and how the eyes of the world was opened up on the use of ICT and what it does. This year, the theme is new technologies for green shipping. New technologies for greener shipping. And this day is aimed at providing you with information about the important role of sustainability of an environment, what it plays. Initially, we were green, there were no engines. We just used the wind and put in the turbine. Is it turbine or what? The sails, yes, not turbine. Turbine is a different one. The sails, and then the boats used to move. Then the engines came. Now the engines have brought problems to the environment. And today we want to just see to what extent has it affected the environment. We're having the experts who will be dealing with very specific issues. And the theme is linked up to several goals, United Nations goals. We have goal 13, which deals with the sustainability and the action that we are doing. We have goal 9, the sustainable development goal number 9, on the industry, innovation, infrastructure. How are we using our brains as human beings to create things that are for the better of ourselves? And then the goal 17, that calls the collaboration. How do we then collaborate? So these 3 sustainable development goals are very, very important, even as we meet today to talk about the theme for this week. So, ladies and gentlemen, we as a regulator, there is a lot that is expected of us. We have been working closely with the government, particularly to the State Department of Shipping and Maritime. We have been working with the IMO, International Maritime Organization. We have also been working with stakeholders to see that we ratify very important conventions which are needed to make shipping greener. First and foremost, in the development of the regulatory framework, we are in support of transition to greener sustainable shipping industry. And these are not just words. They have to be supported by implementation of certain conventions. We have the IMO 2020 sulfur limit, the one which entered into force on 1st of January 2020, and this requires limitation of the sulfur content in the bunker fuel to 0.5%, and we played a very important role to ensure that this takes place. We have also sustained collaboration with stakeholders in the development and implementation of guidelines for the implementation of that particular convention, the one that cuts down the sulfur in the fuel. We have worked with the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We have also worked with the Kenya Ports Authority. We have also worked with the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority to come up with a needed framework for licensing of bunker suppliers. Very important to address greening of the shipping industry. We have also come up with the Kenya, the marine fuel oil standards. That one we worked with the Kenya Bureau of Standards to have that one in place. And then we liaise with Kenya Ports Authority quite regularly to ensure that the reception facilities are available for the scrubber residues. And also we carry out on a day-to-day basis our port state control and flag state implementation inspections. These inspections ensure that the ships comply with the standards which are set to control how you operationally deal with the fuel, how you avoid the accidents, and this is a very strong impact to ensure that we move toward the greener shipping. We have the air pollution prevention certificates, which we liaise to issue to ships upon confirming their use of fuels with the required sulfur limits. They get the certificates. And all the vessels which are operating in our waters, though not so bad because they use a fuel that has that complies with it's not full of, it's a refined fuel. A refined fuel does not have sulfur inside. So the small boats and the engines, those are very friendly. Those ones, they release very good air. It's not a bad one. The bad air comes from the bigger ones with the sulfur content, and those are where we focus a lot of control. So then all these are there to ensure that we are meeting the theme for these years. We have sustained our support to the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center. This center is one amongst 5 which were set up in Africa in 5 different regions, and Kenya being one of them. And this center it focuses through the IMO, it focuses on monitoring the cleanness of the air that comes out of the ships. They carry out research, they do a lot of awareness, and we have given them our technical people, they are supporting them, and they are brainstorming and seeing how best can we be able to make shipping cleaner. So the ratification of those conventions, the issues on the ballast water, this is of great interest. I was discussing with Dr. Jacqueline in the morning. The CAMFRI is very keen to see how this one is happening. We are lucky that we have not so much of bulk cargoes, apart from the Tiomin, where the ship has to bring in water, and then it needs to carry the raw materials from the Tiomin. It has to pump that water out so that it puts in the cargo. The bulk of the tankers that come, they come when they are full with the fuel, and they carry our water. So those organisms which are not ours, they find their way in those places. But the Tiomin ships, they come with the water from other places, and when they carry the raw material, they have to pump that water out. And that need to be properly managed to see how best we can avoid those kind of challenges that come from the ballast water. So this has conventions which we are supporting, and we make sure that we continue to do that. Now, this journey to a greener shipping sector has just begun, and a lot still needs to be done. We in Kenya Maritime Authority will work with you all the way to ensure that our journey as a country is able to make what the international community have resolved through the conventions, regulations. So we'll be there to ensure that we implement and we move this journey so that the climate change, this big problem of climate change, we are witnessing it. Others don't believe in it, but it is there. We can't plant your maize on the right time. We used to go for a holiday during April. All the students were known to be helping the parents with weeding. And then when the schools open, now the maize is growing very comfortably. But not anymore. These days, when we are in school, that's when the weeding takes place. So the students are having a very easy time. All these are coming from the climate change. Now, to have stability, then we need to do we have a responsibility to ensure that we cooperate with the rest of the world and make shipping greener. There's a lot that will come, so mine is simply to welcome you. A guy who has already introduced the theme for this conversation today. He's also opened up the floor for us just to relax and feed into the ideas and the conversations that are going to come from other speakers, and I wish you a very happy time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Omingo, for taking us down that road. I loved your last statement, that you'll take responsibility to ensure it works. And they say internet does not forget, but I'll assure you these people here will not forget the promises. So it's up to you and KMA to deliver on the promise that come 2050, in our lifetime, we'll be having a sustainable environment for business. I didn't say anything out of your mouth, no? Thank you very much. I want to appreciate the Board of Governors from KIFWA. I can see the Vice Chair and the Branch Chair. So I just want to say, karibuni sana, and we appreciate the work you do. Salim is the one who told me that you are ceasing to be KIFWA. You are becoming ambassadors of cargo owners. Thank you very much. I want us to put our hands together for Madam Purity from IMO. Let's put our hands together. And I want to say this, if the lady is making a presentation, the clap should be louder. They have broken some ceilings, yeah? Thank you, Madam Nancy, you're in safe hands. I saw her and I've seen Dr. Jacqueline, and I have daughters. So when I see ladies doing things, I have hope and faith. Madam Purity, tafadhali, come and tell us that, are we doing well as Kenya? Are we just too much talk and no action? So we'll be happy to hear from you. Tell us about our membership. I know we are among the 167. How are we doing? And what will you do to Omingo if he doesn't do the right job? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Nancy Karigodo, PS, State Department of Shipping, Maritime Affairs, and Special Envoy for Maritime and Blue Economy, Board of Directors, Kenya Maritime Authority, Mr. John Omingo, Acting Director General, Kenya Maritime Authority, members of diplomatic community present, captains and operators of the maritime industry, members of the press, and not forgetting WAMESA members present here, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the International Maritime Organization, I'm very pleased to be with you this morning and to present these brief remarks on this very important occasion, the World Maritime Day 2022. The World Maritime Day is celebrated on the last Thursday of every September to honor the tireless work of the international maritime industry workers. The day highlights the role that every maritime officer, service agent, and seafarers among its tasks plays in our individual lives. While announcing this year's World Maritime Day theme, Mr. Kita Klim, the IMO Secretary General, noted that the world's most pressing ocean and environmental challenges are climate change, marine litter, and preserving biodiversity. Is it back? Back. Are we? Not yet. Hello? The room is quite big. Thank you. We are back. Apologies about that technological hitch. While announcing this year's World Maritime Day, Mr. Kita Klim, IMO Secretary General, noted that the world's most pressing ocean and environmental challenges are climate change, marine litter, and preserving the biodiversity. This year's theme was chosen to highlight the initiatives intended to address the challenges, hence the theme, New Technologies for Greener Shipping. The Secretary General further noted that the theme provides an opportunity to promote inclusive innovation, research, development and technology cooperation, and to showcase solutions for decarbonization and more environmentally friendly shipping. In line with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, this year's theme marks a pathway to implement the agenda's sustainable development goals, especially SDG 13 on climate action, SDG 14 on life below water, that is sustainable use of the oceans, seas and marine resources, SDG 9 on industry innovation and infrastructure. You'll all agree with the words of the Secretary General that the theme opens up a larger conversation about shipping's direction and how technologies can be harnessed for a more sustainable future. It also provides an incentive to further examine how digitalization and automation can support shipping. But technological solutions for cleaner, safe, and more sustainable shipping must also benefit people. This must consider the impact on seafarers and personnel, including the need for training. Turning on to the specific work of IMO in relation to this year's theme, the organization's strategic plan, through one of its strategic directions, responding to climate change, commits in its role as the global regulator of international shipping that IMO, which of course includes all its member states, Kenya being one, will develop appropriate solutions to reduce the shipping industry's contribution to air pollution and impact on climate change. You will recall, or some of you may know, that in 2018, IMO member states adopted the initial IMO strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, representing a global framework for member states and the industry, setting out a vision, levels of ambition for shipping decarbonization. Allow me to briefly address IMO's technical cooperation response related to energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Since 2011, the Secretariat has been providing technical assistance to member states, in particular to developing countries, small islands and developing states, that's the SEEDs, and least developed countries, to address greenhouse gas emissions from shipping through regional programs and dedicated global programs under IMO's Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, as well as through externally funded specific thematic long-term projects. The current greenhouse gas technical cooperation activities or programs and projects span across 4 stages of decarbonization journey of developing countries. And stage 1 is awareness raising of IMO's regulatory developments. Stage 2 is human capacity building through training. Stage 3 is on legal, policy, and institutional capacity building, including support to national action plans, development. And stage 4 is technology and infrastructure capacity building. Through its various work and projects, IMO continues to highlight green shipping solutions across the industry and provide a platform for sharing knowledge and best practice. A number of initiatives have been taken by IMO. There are quite a number, but I'll just highlight one: the Global Maritime Technologies Cooperation Center, MTCC network, which the DG referred to. Reason there are 5 such regional centers, and the Africa Regional Center is located right here in Mombasa, Kenya. And these are among many other TC activities and projects that contribute to IMO's effort in extending technical cooperation support to address the issues related to the greenhouse gas emissions from shipping and to fight against climate change. During the presentation session, my colleague will be joining in from IMO headquarters, technology permitting, and he will elaborate further on the other recent activities that IMO is involved in and what IMO is currently doing. More details will be provided during the session. My remarks will be incomplete if I don't mention or remind us that this year's theme coincides with the first celebration of the International Day for Women in Maritime, which was first marked on 18th May this year, and it will be marked annually every other year going forward. To celebrate this joint landmark, IMO has created opportunities for women in decision-making and on skills development in the maritime industry. This will support the just and equitable transition to decarbonization of international shipping, the role of women in leading change, particularly in the production and uptake of low carbon and marine fuels and shipboard technologies. In closing, please permit me to express IMO's appreciation to the government of Kenya for the collaborative efforts it has had with IMO in delivery of technical assistance cooperation activities. The State Department of Maritime and Shipping has been particularly active in this regard, as well as the Kenya Maritime Authority. To this end, IMO looks forward to the continuation of this productive working relationship in the delivery of the much-needed human and institutional capacities in the maritime sector, not only Kenya, but for the region. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Purity. I'm not sure if the SG had that clap. Can we clap better? Thank you very much. Our appreciation to the SG and to yourself. And I like the possible roadmap that you have presented to us, and which Mr. Mingo and all of us must appreciate, the aspect of awareness. To what extent do we appreciate the need for greening? To what extent do we appreciate the challenges that if we don't do what we're supposed to do, what will happen? So the issue of awareness is critical, and that's important, KMA and all of us to appreciate. I also appreciate the idea of capacity building and legal framework. And I think here is where our PS, who is in the legal fraternity by right, will take home. What is the legal framework that will punish us or support the greening of our logistics? Allow me to say that when we are banning the polythene papers, we are up in uproar. But now we are benefiting from that. So sometimes we need tough, serious legal framework to make things happen. So we just want to appreciate that we need to have the right legal framework, and I think it's prudent for us as a country to examine our legal framework vis-a-vis the need for greening of our shipping. And then last but not least is the national action. And then from the national action, I'll say the individual action. So we are all joined in the hip on this. Thank you very much, Madam Purity, for that presentation, and we look forward to hearing, technology allowing, from your other colleague. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm seeing all of us folded like this. Maybe just stand up and flex a bit. Just flex a bit. I'm seeing my friends like, yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Just stretch like this. Oh, very good. You deserve this. We may have our seats. As we do that, let's put our hands together for Mr. Salah S. Balala, Director, Kenya Maritime Authority, to make some remarks, and thereafter he'll be inviting our chief guest, Madam Nancy Karigithu, to make the keynote address. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agayo. The Principal Secretary, State Department of Shipping and Maritime, and Special Envoy for Maritime and Blue Economy, Madam Nancy Karigithu, the Governor, Mombasa County, is not yet here, His Excellency Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, Board of Directors, Kenya Maritime Authority, Board of Directors, partner agencies, the International Maritime Organization, heads of maritime and shipping organization, partner governmental and non-governmental organizations, KIFWA and other shipping associations, port community, esteemed speakers and panelists, valued seafarers, students of maritime studies and cadets, the media, esteemed stakeholders and partners, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board of the Kenya Maritime Authority fraternity, is happy to welcome you all to the celebration of this year's World Maritime Day themed New Technologies for Greener Shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, the environmental concerns are influencing a greater need for new technologies, solutions, innovations, and research in the maritime world. As maritime industries begin to tackle climate change, ports and shipping companies search for carbon-free alternatives by testing possible solutions that would make transition to greener shipping possible. It is encouraging that the maritime world is concentrating its efforts in developing efficient solutions for improving performance and reducing carbon emissions. Ladies and gentlemen, a transition to greener shipping will release a amount of carbon emissions to the environment. Greener shipping will play a critical role in improving the present environmental condition through adoption of technologies and procedures that reduce emissions to our environment, consume less energy, and are more efficient. In Kenya, we have put our best foot forward and begin to move to a greener, sustainable shipping industry. This would require strategic stakeholder partnerships, change in policies, ratification of conventions, capacity building, strengthening regulatory frameworks for compliance, research and deployment of innovative solutions to reduce the impact of our activities on the environment. On behalf of KMA directors, I wish to assure you of our resolve to steer the authority in leading this process from the front. I welcome in this regard to listen to the conversation around what exactly is going on in this area of environmental sustainability. As captured in this year's theme, we are meeting here today to deliberate on new technologies for greener shipping, and mine is to wish you all a fruitful and interactive discussion and a happy World Maritime Day 2021. Thank you. At this juncture, I would like to welcome the PS, State Department of Shipping and Maritime, and Special Envoy for Blue Economy, Madam Nancy Karigithu.
The view is different from this side. I see all the beauty and the happy faces. So, the representative of the governor of Mombasa County, His Excellency Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, I did see some people from the county. Acting Chairperson, Board of Directors, Kenya Maritime Authority, as well as the board members present. I also saw, I think, from the Bandari Maritime, our sister organization. Yes, sir. Partner agencies Of course, representative of the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization, our very own Purity Tirimo, as well as her accompanying members of WOMESA, Kenya. At least hawa wanajipenda, wengine nikitaja hawasemi kitu. Partners, heads of other maritime and shipping organizations, including people I heard saying they are no longer by the name I knew them. They are now ambassadors. All captains of industry present. I meant ambassadors of cargo interveners, not key, I can't even remember the name. That one, the old one. The port community represented here, our esteemed stakeholders and partners, very important people, also the seafarers present today, distinguished panelists, guests, and participants, and I hope we have an online audience, do we? Also those ones. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying how honored I am to be part of this very exceptional event as we join the world to celebrate the World Maritime Day 2022, which is under the theme of new technologies for greener shipping. This event is indeed very special because you will recall that this is the very first time since 2018 that we are meeting face to face, because since COVID-19 pandemic started, we went virtually, and I think we should celebrate today that we are actually able, 4 years later, to meet again with a loud clap. I am indeed overjoyed to see all of you here today gathered to celebrate this special day in our maritime calendar. It has been said earlier by earlier speakers that this day is celebrated globally so that we can remind ourselves how important shipping is to each one of us, not just in Kenya, but world over. And I've just reminded the acting DG as we were talking that we are old enough, him and me at least, to remember the days when this day would be marked by is it a demonstration? Used to be marked by a demonstration that used to start from Gate 1, KPA, and it would end up at the PC's office then, you know, the government headquarters. And it used to be for the presentation of a memorandum to HE, the president, by the seafarers and their families through the PC, the provincial commissioner then, of how the industry has been neglected and ignored. Those used to be the celebrations for World Maritime Day. So we've come a long way, and I think we need to clap for ourselves again. Now, why do we celebrate shipping? Why do we celebrate this day? Because we want to have a conversation at national level, wherever we are, and IMO organized it for us so that we can all appreciate how important this industry is, because it's the most cost-effective and fuel-efficient way to transport goods. Maritime transport is actually the backbone of world trade as well as globalization. All year round, ships carry cargoes to all corners of the globe. World trade and maritime transport are fundamental, therefore, to sustaining economic growth and spreading prosperity throughout the world, accounting for more than 80% of world trade. Shipping and its importance are not about to end soon, because it will continue to grow with the anticipated increase in world trade and also improved access to basic materials, goods, and products, which is supposed and we expect it to lift millions of people out of poverty and therefore make a huge contribution to achieving Sustainable Development Goals 1 and 2 especially. The maritime community also contributes to quality of life, particularly in developing countries, small island states, as well as SIDs as well. It also employs 1.5 million seafarers approximately and many more land-based personnel, thereby enhancing economic prosperity in local communities. In terms of trade routes, shipping has been quite economical. The industry offers the most competitive freight costs to shippers and is also more efficient in the sense that one ship can carry large volumes at low costs, plus a freight forwarder or cargo ambassador, can consolidate consignments to reduce costs, thus making considerate profits with a direct return on investments to governments and the shipping supply chain. By this, it plays a crucial role in promoting economic and social development of all states and employment and access to essential goods. However, an externality of key concerns to this is air emissions, which are released from combustion of fossil fuel in shipping. And the emissions are composed of both air pollutants as well as greenhouse gases. Air pollutions and the pollutants occasion acid rain, respiratory diseases, and reduced life expectancy. Greenhouse gases occasion climate change, and in the last century, we have witnessed a rise in carbon dioxide levels across the globe, and this has reversed food patterns, occasioned adverse weather conditions, wildfires, sea level rise, and ocean coral bleaching, among many other deleterious effects. Ladies and gentlemen, our local maritime industry and the blue economy has been steadily evolving towards a sustainable future that is environmentally conscious. Our legal and institutional frameworks for the maritime sector continue to steer the nation's industry towards a future that is both economically viable and sustainable as well. And therefore, we continue to streamline the management, use, and exploitation of the nation's marine resources within the blue economy. We have continued to improve the efficiency of our shipping, and most recently through the use of electronic exchange of information and digitalization of shipping. The reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, reduction of the sulfur content of ships' fuel oil, the implementation of the Ballast Water Management Convention, protection of the marine environment, reduction of marine litter, improvement of seafarers' welfare, and the enhancement of the participation of women in the maritime sector. Climate change represents the most complex challenge of our time and thus requires a concerted, proactive, and holistic response. We are proud as a country to have taken the lead role within Africa towards climate change mitigation by having bid and won the privilege to host the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center, also known as MTCC Africa, which is only one of only 5 centers comprising the Global Maritime Network set up by the International Maritime Organization with economic support from the European Union in order to support the IMO greenhouse gas emission reduction strategy. The center works with various stakeholders, and I want to thank here the Kenya Maritime Authority, the Kenya Ports Authority, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, because of coming together in order to help us build capacity for mitigation of the effects of climate change for the maritime and shipping industry, one, and also to promote the use of clean fuels and the adoption of energy-efficient technology in the sector. The MTCC Africa continues to host training sessions through physical meetings and virtual capacity building workshops across the region thereby raising awareness on climate change mitigation in the African maritime sector. Kenya also provides technical support to MTCC Africa in the implementation of a 4-year project under the title Building Capacity for Climate Change Mitigation in the Maritime Shipping Industry. The project focuses on enabling African countries, especially those least developed countries and small island developing states, to effectively implement energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions reduction measures through technical assistance and capacity building. As a country, we've also embarked on projects in line with the IMO's current focus on green shipping, energy efficiency and prevention, as well as reduction of marine plastic litter from the maritime transport and fisheries sectors. We are participating as a country in the following 2 key projects by the IMO. The first one being the IMO Norway Green Voyage 2050 project, and this one we've joined as what is known as a new pilot country, where the new innovative project is aimed at supporting implementation of the initial IMO strategy on the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships, as detailed in resolution MEPC 304. And this strategy has a clear goal of achieving at least a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping by 2050 compared to the levels that were there in 2008. We are also participating as a lead partnering country in the IMO FAO Norway Glow Litter Partnerships project, which is a project aimed at assisting developing countries prevent and reduce marine plastic litter from the maritime, transport, and fisheries sectors, as well as to identify opportunities for the reduction of plastic uses in both industries. It is anticipated that the results of these 2 projects will provide lessons not only for Africa, but also for the international maritime community in general. Ladies and gentlemen, investments in the blue economy is considered one of the most sustainable investments, but it has to be under a sustainable blue economy, maritime and coastal activities, which result in economic development, improved livelihoods, and social inclusion, with fighting climate change, protecting biodiversity and ecosystems, using resources responsibly, and achieving zero pollution ambitions. Those must be the cornerstones of the development of the blue economy, and this is what we must embrace. We know that the maritime industry is very old-fashioned, and therefore the need for transition to the 21st century, which is more digital, green, and eco, must not be lost sight of. And therefore this theme for this year's World Maritime Day serves as a very stark reminder of what we must do as we play our role in each and every of our corners. Now, I wouldn't finish my address without mentioning the key pillar of this industry, and that is the seafarers, especially as we meet for the first time coming out of the COVID-19 crisis. Their well-being and related challenges were very well highlighted in that pandemic, and therefore improving their social protection and also that of their families, and also continuing their inclusive and quality education must be always within our radar, and we must not lose sight of that one fact. We need a shipping industry to transition to a more equitable, sustainable, and inclusive future, which also includes not just the support of seafarers, but also more support for women in the maritime sector, and most important, gender equality. We know that the gender equality gap is prevalent in the maritime industry, with statistics showing that women make up still only 2 to 3% of the workforce. And today, being the first World Maritime Day, we must stop and acknowledge and laud the IMO for giving women in maritime one day every year, the 18th of May, dedicated for us to focus on how well we can work towards bringing in more women into the sector. As we work towards IMO COVID recovery strategy, we must, as a country, not lose sight of some of the key issues that we must do. And one of them, the most important, is to put seafarers first, including more cooperation both internally and externally. We must also work towards improving and strengthening the resilience of shipping by analyzing and drawing lessons from what we learned to be applicable in case we are faced with another issue like that one. Now, the issues we identified that worked, we shouldn't cast them away. We shouldn't throw them away, and therefore, the new practices that can stay in the new normal, we must use them in order to improve our preparedness, because that COVID-19 caught us unawares. So the lessons we learned, we must take them forward and improve upon them. We need to support further sustainability and decarbonization of shipping. That's a given. And that means building a truly blue economy. And this calls for developing innovative solutions for using things like virtual training while addressing connectivity challenges for the entire sector, not just within Kenya, but also within the region. This has come out very, very strong. Not to forget to put resilience in focus, and also strengthening the greenhouse gas strategy implementation report with more cooperation within the ocean stakeholders, and most important, addressing the funding needs for transformation. We know we have a young population, which is very innovative, and PESA is proof of that. So let's embrace the young people in helping us come up with the solutions, technological solutions that can work in the sector. So I'm throwing a challenge to our young people, and I see a lot of them in orange. I think that was a strategy to make them more visible so that we can challenge them directly. So we urge that we can partner with them more, and they can send their innovative juices into overdrive, the same way they've given us very good solutions as a country. Can we now focus those innovations towards the maritime sector, towards development of our blue economy, so that we can do it in a bigger, better way? So most important as I end is to strengthen the visibility of shipping as the backbone to our international trade as a country, through statements, through messages, through communication, social media. Let's do as much of that as we can, because we can each play a bigger role than we are playing today. We can enhance that and become part of the initiatives to improve and ensure safety of shipping, the protection of the marine environment, and also sustainable development and a resilient maritime sector. So it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work, do our bit. To our seafarers, as we end, let me reiterate our appreciation and support. We salute you for serving a wider cause than just your careers, and also for sustaining our country's economic lifeline, even through the days when you were called on to perform a tough job, such as during the COVID-19 pandemic. To the employers, we wouldn't do this without you, and therefore we want to acknowledge you and look forward to your continued collaboration in ensuring sustainable, decent working conditions for our seafarers. Allow me with those, are they few or many? Remarks. To now declare the Kenya's celebrations of the World Maritime Day officially open. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very, very much. Another round of applause, kindly. She's directed me to do my bit. Thank you, Madam Nancy. Thank you very much. Now I must disclose that when I used to visit you, you used to give me sweets. But when you came to Nairobi, I'm missing ice cream. So I'll make a point of seeing you. In African culture, we say that it's only a bad boy or ill-mannered person who speaks after adults have spoken. So I find myself in a challenge. The adults have spoken and they have said a lot of sensible things. But I'm also reminded that repetition is emphasizing. So I want to emphasize a few things. Thank you, Director, for talking about compliance. We'll have regulations, we'll have policies, we'll have implementations, but without compliance, not much will be achieved. So even as we sit here, when we have regulations, let's comply. And let's just comply for the good of for our good of the humanity. Madam Pierce, thanks for reminding us what will befall us if we don't take necessary actions. We hear about acid rain and we think it's somewhere else, but it's just next door. We hear about climate change, and thank you, Mr. Mingo, for saying that we don't know when to grow, we don't know when to harvest, and the key word is climate change. In September, back in Nairobi, somebody asked a very important question. What is July doing in September? What do you think July was doing in September? It was extremely cold. So we were wondering, what is July doing in? So there was even a joke that people in Limuru have opened the windows. So we asked them, please close the windows. So it just tells you that things are changing. And we are part of the people who will have to bring change to that. Thank you also for reminding about the international conventions and what they are meant to do. I've always said that conventions are not for taking sessions. They're for implementation. So don't say that was signed and that's the end of it. So I just want to thank you very much for that. Last but not least, thanks for bringing the human face. That in all this that we are doing, where is the human face for it? The seafarers are always forgotten. The truck drivers are always forgotten. And we're talking about a sustainable environment. So it's important for us to remind ourselves of that, and thank you very much for saying that if you don't do things differently, then you are bound to suffer. The issue of funding is critical. Somebody says money is the seventh sense, without which the other five cannot work. So critical is money, and I think that's also important. And the call for the youth to become more innovative, and I think Kenyans were extremely innovative in both ends. We draw certain cartoons that you look and say, where does this come from? We have phrases that you don't understand where they've come from. But let's try to become innovative for industrial benefits. So thanks very much for that. Last but not least, I don't hold brief for the president, but I was excited when he talked about the climate in his remarks. So it just tells you where climate and climate change issues are within us in the government. So without many remarks, just want to appreciate all of us. The next session is even more interesting. I'm not going to say these were not experts. These were the bosses. But now the experts will be coming down to tell us, to break it down. What is this climate change? What are the interventions? And where does it sit with us? So I beseech all of us, we'll have a tea break. And know in life you only talk to your friends sometimes. I want to ask Salim to make sure that everybody is in this room in 20 minutes time. Yes, there's only one Salim in this room. So we are going to have a tea break for 20 minutes. Please do not go away. The celebration is just starting. Dr. is going to tell us about the impact of all this to the oceans, to the livelihoods in the oceans. Because I've always said that mankind must stop being selfish and think that the most important thing that happened. Elephants are, doves are, and every other creation of God is important. So please go out as the choir sings to see us off, then come back in 20 minutes. Be your neighbor's keeper. After 20 minutes, please ask them to come back. With those very many enough words, the meeting adjourns. Thank you very much. KMA Choir, ule wimbo wa mapenzi. Leo ni Friday. If you have lost your phone, please come and see me. If you have lost or misplaced your phone, please come and see me. You'll tell me how it is, how it looks like, and the size.
the changes we are making to need
Very good.
Lakini Nairobi wamenimes.
Ndio?
Wamenimes, wameapologize. Mix.
Ah,
Wameweka zao. Wamechanganyikiwa. Hawaku download jana, wamedownload leo asubuhi.
hapo download
Mix.
waja.
Kamera ya studio kuzoom in inakwama. Lakini at some point ikakubali. But nimehack.
Wani wangu download sasa na alitoroka nyumbani.
Yeah.
Weka kunywa breakfast.
Basi kuna breakfast na kitu.
Sasa hivi tumepika. Hao jamaa babu.
Kwa hapo ndio wanafanya breakfast.
Mimi natulia hapa.
Sawa, nakuja. Tizini hapa sasa.
Nasema watu mzima. Ma. Mbona mkuruhusiwa kuingia? Mbona mtu anasema eti waandishi wamenusuliwa eti Watu. No. Waende huko. Mama nimwambia asubuhi. Haelewa hiyo. Haelewa mama. Wa. Sasa wewe. Kama sasa ni breakfast. Mimi hata niko ndani. Hapa kile nje nikaja kamera ifunguliwe yeye. Wacha hicho tuone vile ni. Nani alikuwa anakuja hapa gavana, watu wake wamekuja wakaseti, alafu baadaye akakanzo hapo. Mwa vitu wanaenda. Wote nini vijana wake wote walikuwa hapo. Lakini coordination ya yeye na watu wake kule. Wacha. Unajua wanasherehe sana. Utamshtua hiyo time.
Hello, sir. How are you? Very good. So you can hear and see me well? Very good.
For centuries, international shipping relied on wind power to get around the world. For centuries, international shipping relied on wind power to get around the world.
Ciao.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I request that we have our seats? Earlier, our chief guest mentioned about the need for adoption and of technology, and also appreciating what worked best for us at certain times. With this in mind, allow us to have a video call. It's a mode of communication that's working pretty well, except that sometimes it denies us the chance to shake hands and also to have tea, but it's convenient enough to pass the information. We have varied the program slightly, and just allow us to welcome Mr. Camille, Technical Officer, IMO, who is going to talk about the role of IMO in furthering the realization of new technologies for greener shipping by developing nations. I think the key word to underscore there is realization of new technologies and developing nations. Kenya is a developing nation, like a number of African countries. We have three categories of countries, if you may allow. We have developed countries, we have developing countries, and LDCs. And Kenya is a developing country, hence it's good for us to listen to this, just to appreciate what are the possible options for us. So I'll ask the technical person to alert the person. After the presentation, we'll have a Q&A. So just record the question or the comment, and then the gentleman will be able to respond. Welcome.
Thank you, sir, and thanks for the welcoming remarks. I hope you can hear me well. Greetings from London, and many thanks to KMA for inviting me today for this event. I'm happy to be with you to celebrate World Maritime Day, in particular in the context of this year's theme, New Technologies for Greener Shipping. And I remember very well, I have very good memories from a mission in Mombasa in 2017 at the opening ceremony of the MTCC Africa, where I really appreciated a lot the energy of the Kenyan maritime community on the decarbonization of shipping. So I'm very happy to be here with you virtually today, but hopefully in person in the future. And indeed, I've been asked to say a few words about the role of IMO in the development of greener technologies for shipping, especially in the context of decarbonization and developing countries. So allow me to perhaps try to share a few slides if I can. So let me share my screen, and here we go. All right. I hope you can see my screen now. Is it possible to just let me know if you can see it now? Very good. So you may be surprised to see actually a very famous painting from William Turner to start with. But I actually like to start with this image, not only because it's a very nice picture, but also because it's kind of a symbol of an industrial revolution and a propulsion revolution. And if this image shows an old sailing ship, the old Téméraire, being towed by a steam boat, a steam tug, it also kind of incarnates where we are today, where ships are currently fueled by fossil fuels, fossil energy, and may in the future be fueled by other kinds of energy, potentially using wind assistance, wind propulsion, by the way. But it's pretty much where we are in this transition phase, and in what some people have started to call the fourth propulsion revolution for shipping. So I will start actually by just recalling, in general terms, IMO's action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping. I'm pretty sure that many of you are already familiar with our action, but I will also then focus on two aspects: the current decarbonization measures and their effect on technological innovation. Green technology for new technologies for greener shipping is the theme for this year. A second focus on future IMO regulation. I don't have a crystal ball, but I can give you some insights from the IMO Secretariat of what is likely to be the future IMO greenhouse gas reduction regulations, which are also expected to foster the development of greener marine technologies. I will also say a few words about the special needs and opportunities for developing countries in this context, and conclude with what I think are the main challenges for IMO and for the shipping industry. So to start with, perhaps for those who are not familiar with the International Maritime Organization, it is a UN specialized agency which has a mandate since 1948 to set the global regulatory framework for shipping in order to ensure safe, secure, and efficient shipping on cleaner oceans, and that's actually our motto. The IMO is really the global regulator of this industry, which by nature is global as well. And IMO, since its inception, has developed more than 50 international instruments, which are mandatory, such as the SOLAS Convention, the MARPOL Convention, but also over 1,000 guidelines and recommendations. And these are developed and updated over the time, and actually continuously. We had a meeting which is ending today, the CCC subcommittee on carriage of cargoes and containers, which develops safety regulations for these aspects. And this is currently and continuously ongoing. Currently, 175 member states are forming the IMO, because I myself represent the IMO Secretariat, but what makes really the IMO is its membership, its member states, including Kenya. So there are currently 175 member states, 3 associated members, and also a number of observer organizations, 143 as of now, industry associations, but also environmental NGOs, representatives of the crew, etc., research organizations, etc. So these organizations are here to provide their technical expertise and support the work of the member states. In terms of GHG, we should not forget, because we have started to hear a lot about GHG in the past few years, but actually the International Maritime Organization started to address greenhouse gas emissions from ships in the mandatory instruments more than 10 years ago already. And when the EEDI, Energy Efficiency Design Index, was adopted in 2011, it was actually the first mandatory energy efficiency regime applicable to a global sector to enter into effect. And these regulations have been continuously strengthened and reviewed. And you can see on this timeline that it continues, it accelerates. And the main tool that we are using to actually implement these measures in shipping is the MARPOL Convention. And I think it's really important to recall that the main mandate of the IMO is to develop regulations, to adopt amendments to, for example, the MARPOL Convention, which will then drive a number of changes, including technological changes and innovation in shipping. A key moment, really, in the history of addressing GHG emission in shipping was in 2018 the adoption of the initial IMO strategy on reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships. This is really a key policy framework which sets the scene, which sets this, also sends signals and sets the overall level of ambition and the vision for shipping to decarbonize. It includes indeed a vision to phase out greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping as soon as possible in this century. And it also includes levels of ambition. The first one is to continue to strengthen the energy efficiency design requirements for new ships. The second one is to reduce what we call the carbon intensity, so it's CO2 emissions per transport work, by at least 40% by 2030. And the third level of ambition is to reduce the total annual GHG emissions by at least 50% by 2050 compared to 2008. And this is already a significant ambition given where we are today. Shipping consumes around 300 million tons of fossil fuels a day. And the strategy contains a number of other elements, including how to address impacts of measures on states. And it foresees the revision by 2023, and we are actually now in the process of revising this important framework. I'd like now to say a few words about existing IMO decarbonization measures without going too much into detail, I promise, but mostly to highlight their effect on technological innovation. Again, the key message here is that regulation drives innovation. A first example being the EEDI, Energy Efficiency Design Index. It works, it's a technical instrument. It sets performance standards for new ships based on the type of ship, the size of the ship, and since its entry into force and entry into effect in 2013, it really helped driving the carbon intensity of international shipping down, driving it down especially for new ships because it applies to new builds. In 2021, last year, despite COVID and the difficulties of having only virtual meetings, IMO member states managed to approve and then adopt very important amendments to MARPOL Annex 6, which we called the IMO GHG short-term measure, which was really the first main tool to implement the GHG strategy, especially pursuing the 2030 targets to reduce the carbon intensity of the fleet by at least 40% compared to 2008 in 2030. This short-term measure is made of the two main elements. The first one is a technical element, and the second one is an operational element. To put it simple, the technical element is called EEXI, and it's Energy Efficiency Existing Ship Index. And this EEXI is pretty much the EEDI applied to all ships. So all existing ships. It will allow for a level playing field between new ships, which already were subject to EEDI regulation and therefore had to, for example, reduce their power and therefore speed, and older ships, which may, to a certain extent, have a competitive advantage being exempt of any speed or power reduction regulation. So the EEXI puts everyone on a level playing field. And the second approach is the CII, Carbon Intensity Indicator. It's a rating system, a bit like what we have sometimes on the fridge or instruments, devices we have at home. It's an operational approach. It looks into the actual fuel consumption of the ship. And it compares the ship with similar ships, similar type and size, and then a rating is given from A to E, A being the best, most efficient ships, and E and D and E being the least efficient. This performance standard will really be an operational one, so it will change every year. And so it will also be more and more stringent every year, more and more difficult to achieve the levels of ambition that are set in the regulation. And so it will drive good behaviors, and it will drive innovation as well, because there are a number of means to achieve these targets. That said, it's important also to say that it leaves the flexibility for ship owners to actually achieve the targets. This is an example, actually, of how IMO regulation, in this case EEDI for new ships, drive innovation. A company has decided to fit on a bulk carrier these rotor sail technologies, which enable the ship to reduce its carbon intensity and thus achieve the MARPOL Annex 6 energy efficiency standards. This is an indicative list of possible solutions for compliance to the IMO regulation, and as you can see, it's open. It's a non-exhaustive list, and there are actually many ways to achieve the goals. Again, the IMO regulations are usually technology neutral. They are what we call goal-based, and in doing so, they actually incentivize innovation, technological innovation. And it goes from improved hull design for EEDI to the use of alternative fuels for CII, which is very likely to happen in the years to come, but also propeller optimization, biofouling management. There are many ways to achieve the goals. This is to show that shipping's carbon intensity can be reduced. It is possible. It has been done already. And since, as you can see, 2008, the growth of seaborne trade has been decoupled from the growth in CO2 emissions. And that's a good signal, but that's not enough. And we need to do more in order to achieve, in particular, the 2050 level of ambition of the IMO. I just wanted to quote here two projects, but I'll come back to that later, that can help states, in particular developing states, in complying with the EEXI and CII requirements. And I also included here the low fouling partnerships, because by reducing the friction caused by ships fouling, you can actually reduce the fuel consumption and therefore greenhouse gas emissions associated with the use of fossil fuels. Now let's have a look at the future, because as I said, the ambition of 2050, at least 50% reduction compared to 2008, will require additional measures. And the use of energy efficient practices and technologies is very important. It is something that all ships need to embark in, but it will not be enough to achieve the deep decarbonization targets we have already. It is not enough to achieve the 50% by 2050 target. So it's also not enough to, of course, achieve more stringent targets, such as zero carbon for 2050. So this brings us to the next package of measures and how to incentivize the use of alternative fuels. That's where we talk about a fourth propulsion revolution, switching from fossil fuels to cleaner fuels. And there is some uncertainty here yet. We don't know yet what precisely will be the winning fuels. Many people in the industry are already exploring hydrogen, methanol, biofuels, bio-LNG, ammonia, etc. And this is good. this is really driving innovation in a sector where innovation is needed as well. And the role of the IMO here is mostly to create a regulatory enabling environment for zero carbon fuels and shipping to enter in the market and to become the main source of energy for shipping. So creating a global level playing field, supporting first movers, and also supporting further confidence among member states and the industry. 3 examples of what is going on currently at the IMO: the development of LCA guidelines. We look into the life cycle emissions of the fuel, the development of a safety framework to allow for the safe use of these fuels, and the development of midterm measures, which include market-based measures, carbon pricing instruments, to actually incentivize the use and the uptake of these fuels. And this will impact the whole industry. It's going to be a huge transformation. It will also impact the way we produce and supply marine fuels to shipping. Now, I'd like to say a few words about the specific needs, but also the opportunities for developing countries in this energy transition. The first aspect is something which is embedded in the initial strategy. It's to ensure that disproportionate impacts on states are minimal, in particular for developing countries, SIDS, and LDCs. So it is something that's already in the IMO framework. It is mandatory to actually assess the potential impacts in terms of changes in GDP, imports of essential goods, exports, impacts on trade, etc., of any future IMO measure. And then to make sure to address the potential disproportionate negative impacts. For the short-term measure, I can assure you that enormous efforts have been put into assessing the impacts on states. We have done a comprehensive impact assessment in early 2021 of more than 800 pages. It's actually available on our website. And it really helped the IMO member states deciding what to do with this proposal for measure. And we are now actually considering follow-up actions and how to also revise the procedure for assessing impacts on states of future measures. There are also discussions that go beyond impacts on states, and we have discussions around how to ensure a just and equitable transition in order to make sure that no one is left behind, including proposals to reallocate carbon revenues, including how to apply differentiated approaches in the requirements to mitigate negative impacts. So this is going on currently in the IMO, in the Marine Environment Protection Committee, and it's really a key aspect of the discussion. It absolutely goes together with increased ambition to also increase the support given to developing states. Well, some of you in the room, I guess, are familiar with IMO's technical cooperation projects and partnerships. We have also increased our efforts in this area in recent years through the Integrated Technical Cooperation Program, the ITCP, with capacity building workshops. I'm actually going to Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire in 2 weeks for a regional workshop at Marpol Annex 6. We're organizing national and regional roundtables. We're organizing specific projects. And I'd like here to quote, for example, a project we're having now in the Pacific to improve the availability of data on the transport costs in order to enable future impact assessments to be done in this region. And we also have a number of what we call major projects or initiatives which really focus on greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. Green Voyage, MTCCs, GHG Smart. There's been a long week of training in Korea this week. IMO Cares, other examples, FinSmart, NextGen, Innovation Forum, etc. all these projects are here to support the efforts of the IMO member states in addressing greenhouse gas emissions from ships and are especially directed towards developing countries. Another aspect which we're starting to explore is how to support developing states in exploring opportunities in the renewable fuel production for shipping. And this is, it is forward-looking indeed, but these kind of investments in, for example, renewable energy production facilities and also supply chains, bunkering infrastructure. These investments are huge and they require time. So there's a need to anticipate. And we're here to also start seeing what can be done to help developing countries positioning themselves in the future competitive market, but also collaborations and partnerships around providing these alternative fuels for shipping, which will be made from renewable energy. And we're talking here about hydrogen-based fuels. I'm happy to see that, including in Africa, there's a lot of efforts already put into this field, and things are really accelerating in this area. So to conclude, I've been too long already, but I'd like to really insist and recall that shipping decarbonization is probably the main challenge to be faced by this industry in general in the decades to come. The transition has started already. And I just read the other day a report from the Global Maritime Forum asking a number of maritime stakeholders, what impact do you think a number of issues will have on the maritime industry over the next 10 years? The first one being decarbonization of shipping, and the second one being new environmental regulation. And indeed, this is likely to have a huge impact on the way this industry works, but for the benefit of all, of course. The main challenge for the IMO in the months to come, certainly the revision of the IMO strategy. The Marine Environment Protection Committee already recognized the need to strengthen the ambition, and so the revision process has started. We have a committee meeting in December where governments will consider proposals from governments and NGOs, observer organizations, and the revised strategy will be adopted in July next year by MEPC 80 after a number of also intersessional preparatory meetings in London. Final message, really, regulation drives innovation, and an encouraging message to just say that since the adoption of the initial strategy in 2018, we have observed really an exponential increase in the number of projects looking into and demonstrating low and zero carbon technology and fuels. You can see here both that in terms of fuel production projects and bunkering and infrastructure projects, there has been a real increase since 2018. So that also shows the importance of IMO instruments, not only regulatory instruments, but also policy statements and frameworks like the initial strategy to send a signal to the maritime industry and beyond and drive innovation efforts. So IMO will continue to develop the enabling environment, especially the regulatory environment that shipping decarbonization requires at the global level, whilst ensuring that no one is left behind. Before giving you back the floor, I just wanted to flag that there's lots of things are happening in this field, including in the IMO, and next week we are holding the second IMO UNEP Norway Innovation Forum, which will especially look into decarbonization. It's a hybrid event, so for those who cannot be in London, there's a possibility to actually attend online. I think there's already more than 2,000 registered participants, but you are all welcome to join. It's going to be a fascinating conversation around the role of innovation to support the transition of this industry. I also very warmly invite you to attend the second IMO Symposium on low and zero carbon fuels, which will take place on the 21st of October. Same in London, but also the possibility to follow discussions online. Free registration, lots of great speakers from around the world who will discuss how to ensure a just and inclusive transition towards low carbon shipping, including identifying the opportunities in renewable fuel production and how to build a resilient low carbon shipping economy, in particular in developing countries. So you are very welcome to join. And also a word to say that we're going to participate to COP27 in Egypt as every year. And we're delighted that our proposal for an official side event has been accepted. So on the 10th of December, there will be an event on exploring opportunities for developing states in renewable energy production. So for those of you who will be in Sharm el-Sheikh for COP27, please join this event, and there will be also many other events around maritime decarbonization. That's all for myself. Thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. For me, I got quite a number of issues that resonate well with the previous speakers. We have been able to be reminded of the key role IMO does, but the part I liked most is the reassurance that it's doable. We're not just talking about things out of the space. It was really interesting to hear about alternative fuel, and he gave examples of hydrogen that could be alternatives. But also of interest is that IMO exists to create an enabling environment. I think this is important for government agencies that even as we talk about green shipping, the regulations must be supportive to the industry. I think it's something also to appreciate that regulations drive innovation. So we should not be scared that when innovations come to place, then the innovation part is stiffened. My colleague is still on, and I'd like to open for 1 or 2 questions. Even saying thank you is a good thing to do. So may I have hands up? Question, comment, suggestion, clarification? Thank you very much. You need a mic?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the efforts that IMO is undertaking. Would be interested to know, well, for the first time I learned that the maritime industry consumes 3 million tons of fossil fuel per day. That's really huge. And then we are coming from this part of the world with the least developing economies, a lot of struggles in our economies and the rest. Well, are there some efforts from IMO that tries to consolidate efforts at that point to assist with our adaptation strategies? Thank you.
Sorry, you didn't say your name?
My name is Okeo Bernard.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Okeo, for that question. The kind of support IMO would be providing to developing countries or LDCs towards compliance. That's the question. Adaptation. Okay. Any other question? The last one, possibly? Okay. Okay, I'm seeing 3. So, because the mic is nearer you, just your name and the question kindly.
Thank you. I'm Kimali Mutuku from Technical University of Mombasa. Thank you, IMO, for the good presentation. And I would like to understand, probably for the interest of the academia, how IMO would work with academic institutions, particularly technical institutions, on the innovations so as to assist in the interventions, mitigation, adaptation, and the innovations for the blue economy and the climate change at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciated. Last but not least, kindly, I saw a hand this side.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Kayemba Ferunzi, Chairman Seafarers Union of Kenya. I'm more concerned with the seafarer. So I know there's several training programs generally there for seafarers to be efficient in the current modes and ways to improve on what is expected. But what we are interested is to know if IMO is having, and all stakeholders is having, they're going to have additional training on seafarers, on ongoing seafarers, to be able to adapt with the current requirements in efficiency.
Thank you very much, Joseph. So we have had 3 questions. One is in respect to support IMO provides towards adaptation. Number 2 is on the opportunities for academia and the support that could be provided. And Joseph is talking about seafarers in respect to capacity building. From me, if you allow, you talked about the ratings and the role of manufacturers, financial institutions. My question would be, what exactly do you expect the cargo owners, the manufacturers to do to ensure that shipping lines and the vessel owners comply to this greening, and which is an important aspect of sustainability? So I think with those 4 questions, you may respond, and we'll be grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all. Very interesting questions, and I do my best to give you an interesting answers as well. I will start with adaptation. Well, I think for now, adaptation indeed is obviously an extremely important aspect of international cooperation on fight against climate change. And so far, the International Maritime Organization's role in terms of addressing climate change has exclusively focused on mitigation, meaning reducing the impact of shipping and shipping industry on the climate. As I said, we're consuming 300 million tons of fossil fuels a year, and that means that shipping emissions are almost 1 billion tons of CO2 a year. And that makes around 3% of the global anthropogenic emissions. It is significant. It is not nothing. So our main effort go to mitigation. Now, we're also conscious of the very pressing needs for accelerating adaptation as well. And we're also following the discussions that take place in the UNFCCC. So there may be a role for, indeed, IMO support to adaptation. I think I was implying in my presentation that carbon pricing is on the horizon. IMO member states have agreed for the first time this year that the combination of the midterm measure package will include both technical elements, technical regulations, and also carbon pricing. So the question is what to do with these carbon revenues, which potentially can be extremely high. We're talking about billions raised every year. So the question of allocating revenues is a very complex one. It's relatively new for IMO, but we're embarking on this discussion, and support to adaptation, in particular in the maritime and wider maritime sector. I will also include here the port and coastal communities, can definitely be a part of the support, the financial support that could be provided through carbon revenues. That said, we also need to keep in mind that whilst the priority for the IMO is to mitigate and reduce the impact, the GHG emissions towards zero, there is a lot to do in terms of R&D, innovation, supporting pilots, supporting demonstration projects, and also leveling the playing field, basically bridging the price gap for those who will use zero carbon fuels, which will be more expensive. So we'll have to find a way to balance the use of the funds, but it's definitely something that's on the horizon. The first I hope, answer on adaptation. The second one on the role of academic institution, and allow me to also take seafarers. It's just to say that IMO is not myself, and again I humbly try to convey the message of the big picture in the IMO, but you are also IMO. I mean, member states and also members of the national delegations in the IMO. They are made up of people from academic institutions, from industry organizations. I really encourage governments to incorporate as widely as possible the national shipping community, and also maritime institutions, maritime training institutions, research organizations in their delegation, so as to be able to bring everyone on board around the table to discuss and develop these regulations. We need expertise in a very wide array of topics. For example, we will need both experts. We need experts in the area. We need experts in the area of fuel, and when we are currently developing guidelines on the life cycle carbon intensity of the fuel, we need experts in each and every fuel. So I really where of shipping. And we are, by nature, as a UN organization, open to a wide number of stakeholders. WMU as well plays an important role for academic institutions as a center of expertise, a global also central point for academic work, and they are increasing their efforts on the decarbonization agenda. For seafarers, and perhaps I should actually have started with this question, because to me, it is one of the key elements and is absolutely central. Any transition, like the energy transition of shipping, will require everyone on board and will, in the end, be made by the crew members on board, by the seafarers themselves. And that's something, it's already being taken into account, including in the revision of STCW Convention. We need to, I think, increase the representativity of seafarers in a number of instances, including the IMO, to also bring them around the table for deciding what future regulations are needed to decarbonize shipping, and also supporting measures. We need to develop skills. We need to increase the job attractiveness. And I think, I mean, in younger generations, working in an industry that's purely fossil fueled, that is sometimes seen as negatively impacting the climate and creating climate change. It can be really a problem in terms of attractiveness of the younger generations. So there is really a need to have a more important focus on the human element, on seafarers, in order to help them also adapt to the new requirements. I mean, all these activities we do for developing countries, capacity building, also usually have a special emphasis on seafarers. I'd like here to mention that we have developed an e-learning course for seafarers. It's actually it's usable through a very low broadband, so it can be followed on board even some ships where there is some low internet connection. So I really encourage you to go and visit and follow this e-learning course. But again, the skills development is absolutely essential for shipping's energy transition. And during our symposium on the 21st of October, we will have the pleasure to receive a representative of the Philippines, who will also really highlight these aspects and the importance of stepping up the skills of seafarers in low carbon fuels and technologies. And to finish with compliance, I think there's not going to be major changes compared to what takes place already today. There are a number of ways to ensure compliance, the one being the role of the flag administration. The flag administration will continue to play a crucial role, including for in the context of low and zero carbon shipping, in terms of verifying a number of documentation on board and providing the necessary certificates. The mandatory audit scheme also enables, helps member states, flag states, to strengthen their capacity as a flag state. And in parallel, the port state control will continue to be a major channel of ensuring compliance and enforcement in shipping, where, and it's always been the case, so port state control officers in their remit will also have the appropriate MARPOL Annex 6 instruments. So I am confident that the IMO framework is actually appropriate and fit for purpose. MARPOL Annex 6 is fit for purpose to be the appropriate legislative framework to allow for this decarbonization to take place. I hope this answers, and sorry for the long answer, but I hope this provides an answer to these questions, and I'm happy to take a few other questions if time permits.
Thank you very much. Because of time issues, I request that we end it there. We have quite some other presentation, and I think just have to provide opportunities for the other presenters. Let's appreciate our colleague for the presentation and for the response. Thank you very much. I think now you are free to quit. Thank you very much. Ladies and
Thank
gentlemen.
you, and happy World Maritime Day to all.
Okay, thanks. I think now we are back now. We could start with the previous presentation that we had lined up. I just want to appreciate your indulgence and the questions, very helpful questions and insightful. Allow me to bring in the second presenter, who is Dr. Jacqueline Uku, Senior Researcher, Kenya Marine Fisheries and Research Institute. She's also a president. She's also a what? Yes, you want to hear? President of which country? She's the president of West Indian Ocean Marine Science Association. So let's put our hands together for her. I love her topic, climate action and sustainable use of the ocean, seas, and marine resources, and a case for new technologies for a greener shipping industry. You must be very smart to deliver on such a big title. Take it up, Dr. Ari.
Thank you. The representative of the governor of the Mombasa County, our PS, Madam Nancy Karigithu, Board of Directors, KMA, the MD, KMA, IMO representatives, the shipping fraternity, my fellow ladies and champions of gender from Womesa, I know you're in the house, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it was a tough topic, but I found a lot of harmony in what has been discussed today. So I'll just be repeating, I think there's a sense that I'll be repeating all that has been said. I stand here representing my director from Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, and we congratulate you on this auspicious occasion of the Maritime Day. As was mentioned, I am a president, but I am outgoing, and so I do believe I'll be handing over the mantle this October. I have served for about close to 8 years as the president of WIOMSA. WIOMSA is an association of marine scientists, coastal practitioners, and I would encourage the shipping sector to consider joining us, because there's a lot we can share and there's a lot in common with the work that we do. I would like, as we start, I think this is a very important topic. We're in the decade of ocean science. That was declared, and we're working hard, fast and furious, to develop collaborations, because we believe science cannot be done by scientists. It has to be co-created by the managers and those that are in need of scientific solutions. So I'll move into my presentation. And I know we've had a global perspective. I think our last speaker gave us a global perspective. And I wanted to localize it a bit, to look at what is it in this for us in Kenya, and what opportunities do we have. So I'll touch on shipping. I'll look at what carbon means to the ocean, work that we are doing as ChemFree, and then opportunities that we have to jointly co-create in a multidisciplinary manner solutions for the shipping sector. So we are told that about 90% of Kenya's trade is seaborne, and its value is more than $3 billion US dollars annually. And the reason we use ships is because it's cheap, it's dependable, and it's efficient. In Kenya, we've seen lately in the last, I think last year and this year, revival of shipping, revival of the dialogue in this industry through the revival of the old Kisumu port, commissioning of Kenya Shipyards Limited in Kisumu, in Mombasa counties. And I believe these are very strategic actions for us as a country. They may be starting slow, but for our blue economy, it is a very strategic move. So we are doing shipbuilding, and we are interested in ship repairs. And all these things have an element of carbon emissions. But before I look at carbon, there are other pollutants from the shipping industry, and I just wanted us to be aware of what else is there that the shipping industry does to the ocean. Our MD from KMA mentioned ship ballast water emission, where ships use seawater to balance, so they dispose and take up seawater at their ports of call. There is oil discharge. We've seen oil spills happening. Sewage discharge, garbage discharge. I know for a long time I would hear that the sharks in Likoni follow the garbage that is dropped off by the ships. I don't know how true that was, but that was what we grew up hearing, you know. That is why they come into that channel. There's emission of toxic chemicals and biofouling, which are organisms that then attach themselves to the shipping surfaces and shipping industry infrastructure. But moving to the topic of the day, which is air pollution, it is reported that shipping is one of the last unregulated sources of emissions, and it's simply because the ocean is very far. When a ship is out there, you won't see it. You won't really worry about it. But if you go and stand on Mamangina Drive and watch the ships come in, you see a lot of emissions, you see a lot of smoke coming out of their chimneys. And that is what the emission means, you know, that is the air pollution. And the shipping industry accounts for nitrous oxides, sulfur oxides, and carbon dioxides in its emissions. And because we are so keen on expanding this sector, we are not going to see these emissions decrease. We are expanding ports. We saw Kisumu has been rehabilitated. We have Lamu Port. We are expanding. Blue economy calls us to be expansionist. It calls us to move further. And because of that, there will be localized effects. And these are raising concerns. A place like Hong Kong, the government identified marine vessels, especially at the port of call, being the greatest emitters and contributors to local air pollution problems, going as far as causing diseases to those that are within the vicinity of port areas. We've not measured this in Kenya. I'm not sure I've seen a study, but I'm sure there will be the effects of emissions around ports and a bit beyond. One of the things that carbon does to the ocean is that it causes something called ocean acidification. Now, there's a lot of chemistry behind that, but we've seen the pH, or rather the oceans becoming more acidic. They're normally alkaline, but they're becoming more acidic. In some areas, they say the oceans are becoming sour. The oceans are becoming a bit like vinegar. You know, when you taste vinegar, they say that that's how the ocean is becoming more acidic. And that is something that you can, you know, when you use that narrative that it's beginning to taste like vinegar, then you understand that instead of tasting salty, the ocean is changing. And this has an effect on marine organisms, on fisheries, simply because acidification interferes with the calcification process for marine organisms. And if you look at shells, that is all calcium. If you look at corals, that is all calcium. If you look at crustaceans, lobsters and crabs, their shells are calcium and carbonate. And so as our oceans become more acidic, it means that there is less carbonate for these organisms to develop shells. And that is critical for us, simply because then the impacts begin to impact the livelihoods of our communities that depend on fisheries. They impact the livelihoods of our fisheries at the very, very basic level. One thing we also recognize is that sometimes it's very hard to tell that you have ocean acidification happening because we have a lot of overlying factors. We have coastal upwelling, freshwater input. It's raining, sometimes it rains more fresh water comes into the oceans, and that also changes the acidification levels, and temperature changes. So all these together cause a negative impact on the oceans. The topic today has been looking at a future in green shipping, and we've talked about the emissions from the shipping industry. And I think we've seen that the emissions are about 2% of the global carbon. And then we would say, well, that's very little. It probably is insignificant. But it is not as insignificant as we think, because the impact on the ocean leads again to the acidity. And we are moving towards levels that were last experienced about 14 to 17 million years ago. And these effects caused extinctions. So I think that is why we are finding the global dialogue is very specific and very targeted to lowering emissions. And to do that, there is the push towards green shipping. And I think a lot has been said, and that illustrates the different options that we have. Biofuel, electrical fuel, use of electricity, hydrogen fuel cells, solar power, water jets, wind power, some instances, recommendations for nuclear energy. So there's a lot of dialogue, and as well as dialogue, a lot of science going on globally to be able to find solutions towards greening. I wanted to just focus on some of the things we are doing to green our coastline as an institution, because I think this is important to know what other efforts, apart from shipping, we have mangrove projects that help to preserve mangrove along the coast. And we have an innovative project down in the South Coast known as Mikoko Pamoja, Mangroves Together. And communities are paid through carbon credits. Remember, I think our last speaker talked about carbon financing and carbon being, financing being available through revenues. And different organizations look for carbon credits to be able to support communities. And so we've sold carbon to the global market, and this project protects about 117 hectares of mangroves and is expanding both in Kenya towards Vanga, and is expanding, I'll show you the next expansion, but what it does, the credits that arrive into these communities support communities in different ways. It's a collective resource. It's not funding given to individuals, but there are several development projects that are provided. Recently, I have seen a science lab going up in the Vanga Secondary School, simply as benefits of carbon, sale of carbon credits, and support for communities that are preserving their mangrove forests. Now, mangroves, the reason we are protecting these ecosystems is simply because they suck up carbon from the atmosphere. So our thrust as a country has been to look for ecosystems we can preserve, to be able to take up whatever carbon emissions are in our space. And in doing that, we are also putting community benefits in the forefront. We are looking to include seagrasses and establish areas or closures with communities. Seagrasses cover most of the ocean floor, and they too are a blue carbon ecosystem. And so we are working to preserve them as well, to be able to take up the emissions that come from all sectors, shipping included, into the environment. As I reflected on this further, I recognize that we do have regulatory frameworks. We do require them to be able to move forward. And under Kenya's nationally determined contributions, which are obligations under the UNFCCC, we've pledged to reduce greenhouses by 32% by 2030. I don't think we are as ambitious in environment as you are in shipping, but we've loaded the Coastal Payment for Ecosystem Services onto this framework. And I think there are opportunities to make contributions from the shipping sector. If you look at the NDC documents, I did not see a mention of shipping. I may have been wrong. What I saw was tourism. So I think this is an opportunity to link with environment, not just look at shipping on its own, but a linkage with environment where private sector talks to environment to be able to support these commitments. And I recognize that in shipping, we do have regulations for prevention of air pollution from ships, and I do believe this is what has been discussed by previous speakers, and these are opportunities to leverage the regulations into specific action plans. And I think speakers that come after me will be providing some of those steps. I'm coming to the end of my talk, and I'm a firm believer in capacity development. And I know Kenyans, we are extremely innovative. We gave M-Pesa to the world. I believe for the shipping industry, we can give other innovations to the world. And I think we need to be bold, assertive as Kenyans to develop patentable technologies for monetary gain. I think we need, as learning institutions, research organizations, universities, TVETs, what can we do with these challenges to develop innovations? Because I think we have a great deal of innovative minds. We need to work across sectors to create these innovations using multiple skills. All the resources may not be in one sector, but we can cut across sectors to be able to find the networks that we need to be able to deliver. And we don't want to forget communities, integrate them. Let's not leave them behind. I think in communities you find some of the best ideas and the best innovations. And always remembering to use international best practices, and also remembering that these skills cut across all genders. So I'd like to stop there by just giving you the links to the organizations I belong to. I would like to welcome you to our symposium. WIOMSA will be hosting a symposium this October in Port Elizabeth, South Africa, where we would welcome you to be part of our dialogue as we look at what we can do in this decade of ocean science. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Dr. for that presentation. The clap was too low. I'm not sure if you are still jealous he's a president. Thank you. That's much, much better. I took some notes. Dr. Ari, thanks very much for talking about specific action plans. And I'm excited because I've seen in a small way, you're already doing something towards the greening. I think that's something that we should applaud and also adapt. I'd be very disappointed if you talked the whole day without action. Yeah, that's very important. So we appreciate that. I also want to say the invite for research institutions to get involved and to get engaged, just as was presented by IMO, is critical. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to tell you something about what we used to do under the WTO. Under the Ministry of Trade, they established committees that were negotiating aspects of the WTO. I think that's the direction we need to incorporate in IMO, so that all of us become participants and also influence. You're either on the table or being eaten. Being eaten in the sense that they're discussing how to eat you. So as major players, a major port, I think it's important for us as research institutions, as academia, to knock at the doors of KMA, at the ministry, and say, what's going on? How can we contribute? Sometimes you have to invite yourself. If they can't invite you, please invite yourself. And I think the directors of KMA are here listening, and none of us all have monopoly of ideas. So I think it's just a good opening and opportunity for us. Thank you very much, Dr. Ari, for those presentations. I'm happy you said you are outgoing president. You don't want to stay for long. We wish you well in your next undertaking. Thank you very much. Gentlemen and ladies, oh, that's a clap. Let's give her the clap. Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to invite Lydia Ngugi. Lydia Ngugi is the head of Maritime Technology Cooperation Center, Africa, that's based in Kenya. You'll be able to tell us where it's based. Others tell us to go and Google. We'll try to do that. She's going to tell us about the role of this important institution. And I must tell you, from my limited experience, to get a regional organization in your country is an honor and a privilege. And it's never easy. We have been trying to get African Continental Free Trade Area. Nigeria, Ghana went with it. We felt bad. So she'll tell us what they're doing and what are the gaps and what areas of synergies we can harness to make green shipping a reality. Thanks very much. And today I'm humbled. It's the Ladies' Day, eh? Makofi kwa rembo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agayo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon, and also a very happy World Maritime Day 2022. My name is Lydia. I work with the Maritime Technology Cooperation Center for Africa. Our main aim is to build capacity for climate change mitigation in the shipping and maritime industry. I do have a presentation and some highlights. However, I note that most of the technical discussions have been gone through from the other presenters, as well as the speeches. Therefore, I will try my best not to repeat what has been discussed. And as we embark on the presentation, we will have the outline of the presentation as projected on the screen. First and foremost, we will have an overview video of some of the key technical aspects in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions that we are looking to promote in the industry, especially in the African industry. After the overview, we shall go into the practical detail of what MTCC Africa is about and exactly what we handle. So now we move to the visual presentation.
International shipping relied on wind power to get around the world. Today's fleet generally relies on heavy oil. But with the requirement to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, out of the trading fleet of 2019, which is some 60,000 vessels, it's worth noting that less than 1% used any form of alternative fuel. And that has got to change.
Here at the headquarters of the United Nations International Maritime Organization, the IMO in London,
During a remote session lasting 7 days, a series of amendments were made to the IMO's International Convention for the Prevention of Pollution from Ships, better known as MARPOL, which will require every ship to be given a carbon intensity rating indicating its energy efficiency compared to its peers.
The rating system is based on a ship's capacity to transport cargo and the fuel consumed in order to transport that cargo. On that basis, a ship will be rated into 5 categories, A, B, C, D, and E, where A is the best, C is the average. If you are rated as an E for 1 year or a D for 3 years, you will need to submit a plan of corrective actions so you can meet the C category. And then you will consume less fuel.
In terms of level of ambition, because we go by way of ambition, by 2030, we hope to cut it to 40% from shipping, transport work. And then by 2050, overall, we are looking at 70%.
Critics regard the targets set by the IMO as too low and too slow. But implementing such widespread changes while ensuring that no one is left behind cannot be done instantly.
I think it is fair to say that we're behind schedule when it comes to the global transition towards zero-emission shipping. Far behind. But now we are speeding up, and the momentum is now growing. We need to ensure that all parts of the world can take part in the global transition towards zero-emission shipping, developed and developing countries.
Island states like Vanuatu and the Solomon Islands are not only reliant on shipping, but their very existence is at risk from climate change. The Caribbean region also needs help to implement the new regulations, help that the IMO is keen to give.
We're quite excited about the new amendments because, as you know, as a region, we're more susceptible to climate change, and we welcome deeper, more concrete action, more aggressive ambition and commitment with respect to decarbonizing shipping. In the next coming months, we've started a pilot project where we're going to do a port emissions inventory, partnering with one of the most heavily industrialized ports in the Caribbean. So that's going to give us a very concrete insight and a demonstration of what can be achieved if we were to try to implement some of the toolkits that the IMO has implemented.
Greener fuels, including hydrogen and sustainable biofuels, are one way of transforming the industry, but the mass adoption of those fuels could be decades away. Meanwhile, short-term solutions are being tested, and that knowledge is shared with IMO members via a major international project called Green Voyage 2050.
Green Voyage 2050 is about assisting those countries who first would like to have a legal and policy system in place to domesticate the IMO convention at the national level. You build the capacity in the countries so they can have the national legislations. And the next step is for them to have access to technology demonstration. So we help them to identify the technology they want to demonstrate, and we facilitate that, and we provide funding, we bring partners to do that.
The steps that the IMO have taken are part of a global consensus that requires governments and major shipping companies to work together to reduce the global fleet's carbon intensity, and indeed the disparity between rich and poor countries who are going to have to implement those changes. Only time will tell if it's going to be enough.
We are moving in the right direction, but what is most important is it's a long path, but it's a common path as well. So we need to bring everybody along in this common path and need to respect everybody's views and taking it further. So it takes quite a bit of effort, but we are moving in the right direction.
Thank you very much. We now bring the discussion closer home, and this is to the African continent. MTCC Africa, as I had described earlier through the acronym, is one of 5 centers that had been described during the opening address. The center in Africa is domiciled at the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. We are a consortium member, having a key consortium with the Kenya Maritime Authority as well as the Kenya Ports Authority. Our mandate is predominantly to ensure that the entire African region is compliant with matters climate change in the shipping and maritime industry. We definitely work with the maritime administrations in Africa as well as the ports authorities and the ministries of transport.
Within MTCC Africa, our core mandate is to build capacity. Thus, how do we build capacity? We have the best practices of building capacity through forums, and these are in the form of workshops, in the form of technical training, whereby we work very closely with the consortium members, being the Kenya Ports Authority as the core enablers, as well as the Kenya Maritime Authority. As we build capacity, we also ensure that we look into the practical conventions from the International Maritime Organization that are related to our subject matter. Indeed, we have to consider that there is the MAPOL Annex 6 Convention, as well as the initial IMO GHG strategy, which had been earlier explained in detail from the colleague at the International Maritime Organization. In terms of the capacity building programs, MTCC Africa came into force in the year 2017. Between 2017 and 2019, there were pilot projects which were being conducted, as well as in-person meetings that were also being conducted. Between the said time frame, we were able to gather recommendations, and the next plan that we had for the year 2020 was to build capacity through the relevant stakeholders, bring on board additional stakeholders. However, unfortunately, the entire globe went through the pandemic, and we had to think out of the box. How do we continue building capacity in order to maintain momentum? And in that regard, we had to bring on board our virtual forums. We used to have monthly virtual forums where we would highlight key recommendations of the pilot projects, as well as promote the ratification of MAPOL Annex 6 and put in place plans to ensure that stakeholder engagement in the industry is aligned to the IMO GHG strategy, which is divided into phases, and most stakeholders have been working the journey together with us in ensuring that the capacity building measures are brought into practical implementation. In terms of our capacity building programs, what exactly would MTCC be focusing on? These are some of the key questions that we receive when we have our meetings with stakeholders. Within our organization, we have pilot projects that are known as technical pilot projects. The key pilot projects that we have so far are as highlighted on the screen. We have had pilot project 1, which was on the uptake of ship energy efficient technologies and operations. This was conducted again with the great assistance of the Kenya Maritime Authority and the Kenya Ports Authority. The end goal was to ensure that the energy audits conducted at the port were implemented. In addition to this, we had our second pilot project that was termed fuel consumption, emissions, data collecting, and reporting. You'll note that this ties in very well with the visual presentation that we had earlier, in the sense that MTCC Africa looked into collecting and processing data sets and calculating the energy efficiency operation index amongst participating ships that were docking at the port of Mombasa, having completed a voyage. In this sense, the information compiled was reported to the International Maritime Organization, and this information was used to further support decision-making and policy-making through the working group at the International Maritime Organization that comprises of member states who ideally inform what is discussed at the MEPC meetings. Last but not least, we have a very unique pilot project that is known as the quantification of emissions within the port limits of Mombasa. Why is this pilot project unique? The pilot project is unique because it was conducted within the pandemic, because we noted in the year 2021 that much as we have been having discussions of recommendation, it is still important to keep the momentum going, ensure that no one is left behind. We received a lot of challenge from our regional counterparts within the MTCC Africa fraternity. Having given us the support, we thought it wise to conduct this pilot project again with the support of the Kenya Maritime Authority and the Kenya Ports Authority technical expertise. The aim was to provide a comprehensive ships emission inventory, looking at the emission inventory assessment within the Port of Mombasa within the port limits of Mombasa, given the short time frame that we had, and given that we needed to work in an environment that was in support of the government regulations in terms of mitigating the COVID-19. Much as we had the pilot projects, I'm happy to present to you that we also had some very positive impacts that emanated from the pilot projects. And these are expert opinions that have been brought about by the pilot projects, and they have also been disseminated to the region, and the region has been happy to implement the pilot projects for them to have a sustainable development process within their ports and maritime organizations. Key among the success programs that we have had is that when we conducted the level 2 energy audit, we noted that at the port of Mombasa, there was a 60% reduction on the energy bills. This was brought about with the introduction of the LED lamps and also the introduction of the port initiative, where the Green Port Policy was able to consider ways as to how they can ensure that they support the 60% savings in energy bills. For example, the Port of Mombasa has solar lighting, and these are in direct contribution to energy efficiency and mitigating of the climate change in the shipping and maritime industry. In addition to this, we also had the advantage where we trained a number of maritime administrators and ship operators through our capacity building programs. For example, some of our key beneficiaries in the program have not been able to be present in this meeting because they are, I would assume, celebrating World Maritime Day in their respective jurisdictions. However, we have gotten some success stories, for example, from the Republic of Cameroon, where we conducted a benchmarking study in terms of the energy efficiency, and currently they are implementing their Tier 2 level audits because the team from MTCC Africa gave them support to conduct a Tier 1 level audit. From the recommendations, they were able to upscale it to a Tier 2 level audit, and this was at the port of Douala. Much as we conduct the studies, and I have given some of the success stories, however, not all success stories because of the time limitation. Much as we have the success stories, we also have challenges. Challenges in how we go about the implementation of the capacity building and as we look towards climate change mitigation. Above are the three key challenges that we encounter. And first and foremost is in terms of the technical cooperation. Technical cooperation, I would say, is a very well-quoted word for funding gaps. Given that we had the COVID pandemic, some of our activities had to be staggered within funding gaps that we were not able to mitigate. And in this sense, we were not able to fully execute our work plan. However, in one way or the other, we have been able to work very closely with the International Maritime Organization, because at the end of the day, the aim is to leave no one behind, which has become a very famous phrase when we are looking into the decarbonization journey in the shipping industry. In addition to this, we have the technology models challenge. This has been a challenge because in some jurisdictions, they do not understand how to implement the technologies that are very easy to comprehend in Kenya. Therefore, we have had to walk the journey with them, ensuring that indeed no one was left behind. In addition to this, we have been able to work very closely with the least developing states as well as the small island developing states in the African region to bring on board the promotion of innovation and the new technologies for the shipping industry. Another challenge was in terms of capacity building, because we didn't have the in-person meetings at the time. And much of our MTCC Africa meetings are very practical. We have had situations whereby we have conducted a meeting literally at the berth of the port, because you want to understand how a ship docks, how it implements in the event shore power is brought on board, how will that be implemented. Therefore, the capacity building angle in the wider African sphere had been hampered during the COVID pandemic, But we are grateful that now with the opening up of the world, I would say, things are going back to normal, and we are grateful for that. The next point is the next steps. What is MTCC Africa looking at in the form of next steps, basing it on a case study on the African region towards shipping decarbonization? First and foremost, we anchor this into 3 pillars. The 3 pillars, namely being technology, policies, regulation, and finance. Technology has been discussed in depth and in a very detailed manner during the presentation that was given by Mr. Camille from the International Maritime Organization. Some of the aspects that we are looking to promote is to leverage on the long-term benefits of the recommendations, whereby we can work closely with the private sector, implement bankable pilot projects, in this sense have on board private-public partnerships where the private shipping industry as well as government can work together to promote decarbonization from specific angles, looking at the recommendations that have been brought about by the pilot projects. Next on board, we have the policies, regulations, which is where the legal aspects comes into play, whereby we need to implement the regulation MAPOL Annex 6, domesticate the convention MAPOL Annex 6, as well as supplement it with the policy from the IMO that is known as the initial IMO GHG strategy. In this sense, we not only look at doing this within the Kenyan space, but as well as to the entire African region. How are we looking to do this in the entire African region? MTCC Africa has on board what we famously call focal point committees. The focal point committee comprises of delegates from the African region who are part of the committee. We have monthly meetings, virtual monthly meetings that is, and we discuss and encourage and give guidance as to how respective governments can uphold the process of mitigation of the decarbonization aspect. In addition to this, we are also looking at how the finance aspect can be mitigated. We have the bankable pilot projects, which we recommend have to be demand-driven and not supply-driven. Them being demand-driven will have the advantage of having the return of investments that at the end of the day promotes the zero low emissions, for example, from the bunker fuel, as well as the port infrastructure. And this, at the end of the day, supports the sustainability models, which are anchored along the United Nations Development Goals. Some of the goals were highlighted earlier during Mr. Omingo's speech in the opening address. MTCC Africa is a very compact team, I must admit to that. We are compact, but in the sense that we have been able to work with the African region within the Kenyan jurisdiction. That is why we relate it as a very compact team. And much as the team is compact, we have also been ensuring that we work within the pandemic. We have the support of the Kenya Maritime Authority, Kenya Ports Authority, as well as the university that hosts the MTCC Africa. As we look into bringing on board all the representatives from Africa and Kenya as well, considering we are hosted in Kenya, our main aim is to leave no one behind. As you can see illustrated on the screen, that is the puzzle that we are looking to fill. And we can only fill this puzzle when we leave no one behind in the industry as we walk towards new technologies for greener shipping. Last but not least, as I wish you another very happy World Maritime Day, feel free to contact MTCC Africa through the highlights that have been provided above. We have an open door policy, and we welcome all stakeholders who are ready to walk the journey with us. We have also been walking the journey together with all stakeholders. And I note that Mr. Agayo said sometimes you are not invited to the table. So there are instances where MTCC Africa has invited themselves to the table, and we thank that we were received very warmly. Thank you very much. Have a good afternoon.
My My neighbor said, wow. Very good, very, very good. I bet Madam Pierce is an excited person. She talked about when they were young in the industry, when there are a lot of demonstration. Now we can see A students in the sector. So those are A students. So I'll be happy when graduates, people join the university, I want to join the logistics sector because it's good, yeah? So thanks, Lydia. Very interesting. I've learned quite a bit, and I'm happy that we're already doing something. What I noted is like there's some implementation going on in some other country and a bit in Kenya. Don't be too selfish, but do too much in Kenya. Just ensure you do too much for Kenya. But we appreciate what you're doing. Thank you very much. The other question we'd like to ask, and just put at the back of your mind, what are you doing in the sea? A lot of the work is outside, at the port levels. Are you doing anything in the sea so that she's comfortable with the fish, that they are not going to disappear? We are doing extremely well. May I just request that you stand up and stretch kidogo? Just stand up and stretch kidogo. We are having our last presenter, last but not least, as they say. We have been talking too much about shipping lines, yeah? Regulations, policy, and so many things. Now it's good time for us to hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So let's have our seats as we welcome my friend Patrick Malanga, Marketing Manager, Meridian Shipping Company. The Mediterranean, my apologies. They have said so many things about you people. I give you a chance to disagree with them and tell us what else you're doing better than they have said. And the boy child is in trouble. The lady has just raised the bar. Please overtake the lady. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him kindly. The boy child, I don't scare the boy child. The PS has said I don't scare the boy child. Washinde sasa.
Asante sana bwana moderator. The PS, State Department of Shipping and Maritime, and the Special Envoy for Maritime and Blue Economy, representative of the Governor of Mombasa, KMA Board of Directors, BCOs present, plus their representative, nasikia wasikizi wanaitwa ambassadors, port community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to present this afternoon briefly the deliberate initiatives that MSC and other shipping lines are doing or they're putting in place towards the realization of greener shipping and sustainability. Just a brief about who MSC is. MSC has grown from its humble beginnings from 1970, being founded in 1970, into the current status of the world as a world leader in global container shipping. The company has seen exponential growth in terms of both volume and fleet capacity, and now serves millions of customers globally with a much respected 365 days a year operation. The group, as of today, employs around 150,000 people, me included. Okay, the group has 4 divisions, but I will speak about 2 divisions. There's the cargo division and the passenger ship division. I know people have been talking about ships. There are different type of ships. On the cargo division, we have 730 vessels. It's one of the youngest fleets globally. We serve 260 routes with 520 port of calls. We run 70 terminals, operate 70 terminals, and we carry about 23 million TEUs annually. We have 675 offices globally, and we operate in 155 countries. On the passenger division, there is 19 modern ships. 23 vessels will be joining the fleet by 2025, and thus far we've carried 2.75 million guests from 185 nationalities. The cruise ships have visited 102 countries with 340 itineraries. I'll not go into details, but as I said earlier, we have a staff of 150,000. Now, if we go now to what you're doing to make sure that we protect the environment, and the speakers before me spoke into details with regards to the technical aspects and what needs to be done by the shipping lines. And MSC as a line has a unique approach to sustainability, which is firmly embedded across our business and reflected in everything that we do. So the sustainability is strategic, and the organization, by and large, has come up with a sustainability roadmap. And among the issues that we are looking at is enabling logistics decarbonization, fostering inclusive trade, and addressing social challenges. What are the fundamentals for this? We have business ethics and compliance, protecting the environment, and ensuring safe workplaces. Sorry, that was the slide. So I'll just talk briefly about the three main areas that the MSC Cargo Division is working at to ensure that we become sustainable and we protect the environment and achieve the set targets by IMO. In enabling logistics decarbonization, we are aiming for carbon neutrality by the year 2050. We support logistics transition solutions, and we maintain focus on energy efficiency. Climate action is a global imperative requiring collective action as we navigate the energy transition. As a leading company, MSC has a crucial role to play in decarbonization. Collaboration is across the supply chain and the value chain in totality. So we have key investments needed to ensure that we achieve this. In terms of contributing to the economy and building resilience across the global value chain and developing local capacity know-how, as you know, the global economy relies on transport and logistics to enable trade. They say 80% of the world trade is supported by shipping, thus generating growth and social prosperity. MSC is in a unique position to create value, connecting communities, facilitating access to global markets, supporting customers through resilient and disruption-free supply chains. Then, in terms of advancing human rights and promoting diversity and equality and inclusion, and also engaging our supply chain partners, we live in an interconnected world where business of global companies connect and bring prosperity to people and society by and large. Advancing human rights and ensuring a just transition to a zero carbon economy are one of the issues that is in the heart of MSC as a group. Our social impact extends beyond our diverse workforce and includes our business partners with whom we work to build a sustainable supply network. So the partners, not just the cargo owners, we talk about IMO, we talk about KMA, KPA, and all the regulatory organization. So what is MSC's journey to net zero? Climate action is a global imperative, requiring collective action as we navigate the energy transition. MSC has a key role to play in decarbonization of the logistics industry. So we need collaboration across the supply and value chain, which is key. So we're talking about investments. MSC is enabling logistics decarbonization, aiming for carbon neutrality by supporting logistics transition solutions and maintaining a focus on energy efficiency. I think you saw such a graph from my earlier presenters, the IMO regulation targets, where we are in 2019, and the milestones that MSC has put in place internally. So in 2019, we had the first LNG ready ship. In 2021, we had strategic partnership for future fuels. And this year, 2022, we have the first LNG capable vessel in our fleet. By the year 2023, we expect compliance to the EEXI and CII, that is by next year. By 2025, we expect to have the first ammonia-ready vessel in operation. So these are the various fuel operations that you're trying to put in place. By 2030, MSC is looking at having 40% of its ships fully compliant. By 2045, we are looking at 70%, and by 2050, we are looking at complete net decarbonization. I think this is a bit higher than the target that IMO has put in place, and this is also what the other industry players have put in place. So how do we enable sustainable supply chains? The first is deploying transitional solutions. So the thinking that is in the industry is long-term, exploring all the promising solutions at hand. So MSC is looking at net zero emission by the year 2050. And one of the steps is having green ammonia and green methanol for the big ships. We are talking of ships capacity of 22,000 TEUs. We are looking at green hydrogen, batteries and fuel cells for the smaller ships, maybe 3,000 to 5,000 TEU capacity. And then nuclear-powered vessels is also an option. I think warships, we have warships that are currently operational that use nuclear power. So the industry, the cargo, and the passenger ships, so this is an option that we are looking at. It's a very interesting concept, and we all know the benefits of the same. So to accelerate the energy transition, MSC is looking at deploying low-carbon fuels. I think last year there were some discussions with BP and Shell in the UK to have the biofuel solution. This actually offers the customers the opportunity to join forces to reduce the carbon emission in the supply chain. The transition will also see the LNG option and bio and synthetic variants of the fuel in future. And I think this is also what is being done by all the shipping lines globally, especially the LNG-powered ships, because this is already in operation. Then on improving energy efficiency, so there is reducing emission, but also we have to look at how do you improve the efficiency? Because we are in this situation now. How do we manage the amount of fuel that we use? How do you reduce the fuel intake? How do you put in place measures for efficiency? So as we work towards the net zero target, we have set goals to progressively reduce our carbon intensity over the course of the coming decades. I think one of the measures that MSC has done is by having a younger fleet of ships. You know, when you have ships built from year 2000 going up, they're newer ships. Just the same way you have your own cars. If you're driving an old Mercedes made in 1970, you can't compare with current Mercedes. There's the fuel efficiency, the kind of emission, the kind of fuel that you use. I think you can also see in the market the different fuels that you get in the petrol station. If you're driving a diesel car, your level of emission is not the same as a petrol car. And of course, if you're driving an electric car, then you're on another level. So MSC, by investing in the newer fleet of ships, like the MSC Gulsan, which is a 20 TEU capacity vessel, we are looking at economies of scale because these are big vessels able to load more cargo. And so you have, instead of having 10 vessels carrying 5,000 TEU or 5,000 containers, you have one ship carrying 20,000 containers. There's also the technological advances and innovations. Of course, using data. This is the age of technology. So we have AI, that's artificial intelligence. And we have what you call also air lubrication. So this is just a pictograph of the pathway that internally as MSC we've come up with from the year 2019 to achieving full decarbonization by the year 2050. And therefore, my friends from IMO, you don't need to worry. We will, by the year 2050, I think we should be compliant, and not just MSC, but also the other shipping lines. Because we know this environment, we only have one Earth. I don't know. I saw some article yesterday, the second richest person in the world is looking at, I don't know, moving to Jupiter. Yeah, so as long as you only have one home, we have to make sure that we protect. And if you can't afford to go to Mars, then yeah, just protect the little home that you have. The other issue is with standardization, and MSC is a founding member of Digital Container Shipping Association, where we use technology as a foundation for collaboration across the entire global supply chain. And if I can just mention the cargo owners and the ambassadors of the cargo owners, we are used to paperwork, the physical bill of lading. It's something that we are trying to talk to the market and adopt electronic bills of lading. You know, that will save, you can imagine how many papers we're able to save if we move from having the physical bill of lading to having an electronic bill of lading. So that's a challenge to you as the BCOs. Please encourage use of electronic bill of lading. And just to conclude, MSC acknowledges the shipping role in climate change, and as a response, the investing in sustainable global trade. We will continue to drive in this action and this area to ensure by 2050 we have zero emission. That should mark the end of my presentation. Actually, you can be able to, there's a more detailed presentation that is available online. You can visit our website, www.msc.com/sustainability. You can be able to access the sustainability reports from 2018 to 2021. As I finish, Bwana Moderator, you used all the catchphrases, ukasahau kata simu tuko site. Thank you, enjoy the day.
You see, he's a tough guy. He's correcting the moderator. Very good. Thank you, Patrick. The boy child is not going away. The boy child is staying. Put. Yay, yay. The man in the house. I love what I've seen. Do you love what you have seen? So we're in safe hands. So what the regulator has to do is just to ensure that it works and it happens. But I love this confidence. You're not in panic mode. You know, some guys can come here and take the stage and is lying and is pretending to saying the truth. He was saying the truth, wasn't he? So thanks very much. Democracy is extremely very expensive. We are due for lunch, but we're also due for crossfire. How do you balance this? I'm requesting all the presenters, because we cannot have put these chairs like this and then they remain like that. Could you kindly take your seats up here? And then the gentlemen and the ladies here will ask difficult questions. I'll be answering the easy ones. Dr. Tafadhali, Patrick, my lady Purity, you're not a presenter? Why do I want you there? Lydia, sorry. She's left? Okay. Sorry. Please come. You only two? All right. Now it's even more firework. The girl child and the boy child. And I'm neutral. Okay, thanks. I also want to recognize the presence of Madam Aziza from Kenya Ships Agents. I'm happy with what my friend said. He didn't say they're doing better than the others. He said they're all collective in it, which I think is a good thing. He did not badmouth any of the shipping lines. He said they're all together. Madam Aziza, pass our regards to them and say we want a sustainable greening environment. Pardon? Oh, my friend, Mercy, before, did you come early? Let me just expose you. Okay, fine, we'll fight on the way back. I said this, Mercy. It's not, the green shipping is not for shipping lines only. It's for all of us. Even as road transporters, even as KRC, I saw my friend Ojay. We'll be careful to ask difficult questions. What are your levels of emission? What are you doing towards the green shipping? And then ultimately, we'll ask of legislation that cargo owners only use compliant service providers. And I think that will be interesting. Would that be interesting? That before I give you business, I ask you for a certificate. Wow, we are quiet now. Is that doable? And Mercy, what should ask of the government is incentives for younger fleet. My friend, thanks for the younger fleet, eh? So it's important. Also allow me to recognize the presence of my friend, Mr. Tunui of KRA. Awesome gentleman. Madam PS, during the COVID, there's something good they are doing. The verification is not 100% now. They're using non-intrusive, and I like that. So if somebody's doing something good, let's appreciate. They're also doing the AO program, just for compliant shippers, which is also good. But they also talk about facilitating legitimate trade. So can we just legitimate the trade now? If it's fake business or corner business, no. It starts from us. The container is said to contain. All right, thank you very much. So I appreciate all of us here present. I've seen my friend Peter Otieno. He calls me Jack County. I've seen my friend Mr. Magak from KPA. Thank you very much. We appreciate your presence and all of us. I've not ignored anybody by intention. So let's not have a friendly war outside. Now, back to the people. They have passed knowledge. It's time for clarification. It's time for augmenting some of the comments for 10 minutes, and then you are good to go. Any question, any comments? Thank you. Please pass the mic to my friend, our neighbor from UG, who has become a Kenyan.
Thank you, Mr. Gayo. I'd like to thank all those who stood where you are, who have been giving us the knowledge. We always come here to listen and learn. My first question would have gone to the lady who is not here, because among what she was giving to us, she talked about all the debaters that she presented. They talked about biofuel, which was okay. And the vision to that was 2050. I don't know how they had looked into that. Biofuels versus the price. To remain finding the value of trade to accommodate the economy we are looking for. Because we would go that way, but where is the sustainability of our people in the third world? I think you will deliver that to them. If it will be friendly, we appreciate. Another one, I'm worried that what is being mentioned here, as third world, Mr. Moderator, those big countries, they are mining fuel, they are producing fuel, and they process everything. When you look at these vessels, Africa, we don't have any. And what they do is to give us, Madam Doctor, the older ships that should have been phased out of services. They force them to come to our African coastal regions, deliberately to poison us. I don't know how you are taking a look into that one. Another one, the same goes to the first people. They have done whatever they can to fly the flying equipments in order to tear the ozone layers up there. And what are those ozone layers? The ozone layers, they are just protecting and they are shielding the life on Earth. You can imagine that at the end of your welcoming Madam KTA here, you said, yes, tell us, what are you going to do? I understand where you are going. We have trucks and vehicles which are moving on our roads. The way they are in motion, I know the tires are against the road and there is a smoke. That friction, that's the least that the African third poor countries are contributing to the damage of the climate change. Can we compare that to their everything? Thank you, Mr. Gayo.
Mr. Kidima, you have put us to task. Good, thank you very much. I always say that we are need together. As Patrick said, we don't have another earth to go to. So in our small ways, and I'm not putting a defense for what their actions are and what our actions are. I appreciate what you're saying about them and us. But I think the spirit of this meeting is what can we do as responsible people of this world? So that when we leave it here, we leave it better for our children. The heat wave in UK was terrible and should have sounded some warning that if you do things the same way, things might be a bit difficult. But I also like your first question, if you allow, the issue of pricing. And I think my friend Patrick here, can just say, in all this adaptation of new technologies, what's going to be the price impact to our businesses? I think that to me was a solid question, not that the others were not important. So I appreciate that. And my friend, you can try. I know my lady from MCT left, but I think it's a good question you need to address. What's the next question, kindly? Or Kidima took all the questions on your behalf. I'm seeking a question from the lady. Please make it short and sweet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Dorcas Omalo, a sustainable development consultant, a climate smart champion and enthusiast. I love what you've spoken about on decarbonization, but I would like to know, what are we doing about waste? And in waste, I'm talking about organic, septic, and inorganic waste in the sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I like your energy. Good.
Thank you.
Nani mwingine? So the class attentive, asleep, or indifferent? All right. Last question, kindly. Good.
Hello.
I'm Sandra. I'm a member of Inua Mama Mashinani Jenga Taifa. My question is, you spoke about two solutions on how you're going to reduce the greenhouses gases. You spoke about the mangrove and the carbon credit. What are other solutions? Because if you look on carbon credit, instead of creating a positive impact, you're going to create more negative impact to use that as a way to reduce the greenhouses gases. Thank you.
Hiyo ni ngumu, hiyo ni daktari, si ndio? Hiyo ni ngumu. We thought the carbon credit was positive, but there's other side of it. Daktari, anza na hiyo tafadhali.
Thank you, Sandra. One thing I recognize, I think, doing the science is that we have to keep on pushing and we have to keep on trying. So carbon credits comes under payment for ecosystem services. And one of the things that we consider positive is often we are telling communities we need to preserve, don't cut down your trees, keep your environment safe, maintain your seagrass habitats. So as we tell them that, communities push back and they tell us, okay, if we don't cut down the trees, what else is there for us to do? This has been our historical heritage, our historical businesses. I work with marine plants, seagrasses, and when we tell them that we would like to close off areas as locally managed areas, communities push back. These are fishing grounds. So it's usually it's a very thin balance. What I have seen are positive effects. They can create dependence. I think that would be the negative part. But what I've seen are positive effects on communities in terms of preservation, in terms of restoration of coral reefs, seagrasses, mangroves, and those benefits streaming into communities in terms of fees for schools, children, infrastructure that supports learning in places that there is no infrastructure. So from my end, I have seen the positives more than really the negatives because it pushes us to begin preserving. And often, you know, we say, okay, we are preserving at a cost of Western countries, but it's something we can debate over lunchtime and maybe look at what you perceive to be really negative so that I can understand that. So I'll be honest to say I see more of the positives.
Sure. Thank you. The question about the pricing is, I know it's a commercial question, but you know very well there are various other methods that go into pricing. And of course, fuel is one of the major components of pricing, but it doesn't contribute to more than 30% of the total cost. So, of course, I know as a shipping line, by investing in cleaner fuel, that means there's an additional cost. And I think in your pricing, you might be aware of what you call the floating bunker, which is charged basis the fuel cost. So, unfortunately, that's the nature of the trade, but it's a competitive market. It's not a monopoly. So the fact that there is competition means that you, as a customer, you're able to get value for your business. And then in terms of the old ships calling Mombasa Port, I think I might have mentioned this from the year 2020. As per IMO regulations, all ships that there's a certain percentage of emission that the ships had, and they were fitted with what we call scrubbers. So what scrubbers does is to clean the carbons from the exhaust. I think those who have cars, you have what you call catalytic converters. So that's the equivalent in the ships. So that is, all ships are fitted with that, and so many ports in the world, they have that regulation that vessels without the scrubbers are not allowed to call those specific ports. So thank you. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much, Patrick and Daktari. Mr. Kidima, is evident that the price could go up because of the investment, but again, it's put a nice rider that's going to be competitive across the board. I think some area that we need to explore further. Does the alternatives mean increase in cost? And is that cost commensurate to the savings we are doing? I think the money and the sustainability, we need a balance. Otherwise, if you don't, and Madam Pierce was right about 80% of global trade is through maritime. So if we interfere with that, then simply means we may go to the expensive air freight. Yeah, so the balance is for us to appreciate that the interventions may mean an expense. The expense may mean we pay for it. Madam Pierce, would you like to comment? Kindly. Using sanctions.
I just want to say that there's an oft-repeated phrase, leave no one behind. And this means leave no one behind in terms of the suppliers of technology, the consumers of technology, the drivers of that consumption. So all of us are in it together. And like you said, we have only one planet. So we all have a role to play. So be it increase in pricing, but are we ready, like you said once, are we going to demand it ourselves as consumers? Because our life depends on it, even us. So it's not just about the shipping lines or the owners of the cargo, it's also about us, who are the consumers of that cargo, and we need to demand of it because our life depends on it. You said we don't have another planet, which is true. We can't afford to go to Jupiter. We can't. We are stuck in this one, and we better make it work for ourselves, which reminds me of those genius Kenyans who come up with very topical and interesting cartoons and TikTok small clips who, and they were saying, or he asked two people, if I gave you $1 million today, how would you feel? And all of them were like, oh yeah, top of the world, very happy, and and thinking, they started dreaming of what they could do. But then he asked the question the other way. If I gave you $10 million, which is even much more, but we agree that you won't wake up tomorrow because you'll be dead, what is your reaction? And they didn't want the $10 million. So the choice is ours, Mr. Kidima. We either take the $1 million and leave, or there is no option to take the 10 million because we'll be dead. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any last burning question? Okay, excellent. Next to Mercy. There's another hand. Thank you very much. May I say the last two, unless there's a third one? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Principle, short, sweet, and brief. Tuanze pale tafadhali. Thank you.
Thank you, my good friend Oga. My name is Elijah Baru. The current chairman of the Institute of Chartered Ship Brokers and a practicing ship agency. Mine was just an addendum to what Madam Pierce and what my good friend Patrick alluded to. Are we aware that as it stands now, the cost of building the ships have increased by 64%? Hence, the reason cost of freight charges and all other charges of running the ship. I just wanted to place that added up to it. Thank you.
Habari ndio hiyo. 64% increase, and we are looking for young. So it has an implication. Lakini msituue sana. Okay, please.
Thank you, moderator. Again, I'm Kimali from Technical University of Mombasa. Now, just two short questions. One is we have the Kenya Maritime Authority and the maritime sector, transport sector, doing its bit. Now, we have other forms of transport which also contribute to the greenhouse gases and, of course, pollution. Is there a coordinated effort so that we have all the efforts as maritime is doing its part, the land transport is also doing its part, so that we don't have the gains of maritime transport being eroded? Number two, the issue about partnership. At times, we have what we call the public-private partnership. In the public, it assumes that, of course, the government, which is the national government and the county government, and I think also the public, that is the general public, is taken care of. But now, are there specific efforts to involve the community as specifically women, the youth, in the communities to come up with initiatives and get them incentivized in such a way that they contribute more to saving the blue economy, reducing the climate change, building the resilience on climate change? Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you allow, I'd just like to record the question and possibly ask Daktari, because I know she's been working with the community. Maybe you could respond to the question about community. The first one, if you ask me, was a good comment, that should not just focus on shipping per se and maritime, but all modes of transport across the board. I think that would be, Madam PS possibly could say something, or KMA, but it's an action point going forward. That we must not just focus on the maritime in terms of shipping, but also look at other modes of transport. And earlier I'd said about the road transport, the SGR and the rail freight. I think it should all be all-encompassing, so that you don't make gains on one level and lose it out on the other levels. I hope that's in order. Okay. Oh, my friend here.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Leonard Morid Njiro, Chairman KIFWA Mombasa. What my friend asked over there, I think it's not just a comment. I feel that he was asking whether we can have a coordinated effort at the policy level. And probably Madam PS is going to assist us on this. Whether, because you can see we have is it Carefree, Kenya for Fisheries doing their part. There was Madam Lindia. We have other entities doing their job. So how is this being coordinated so that at policy level we have a common approach so that no one is left behind towards achieving the agenda of the day of today? I think, just to clarify, I had the same question, but I think it should be given attention because it's like the umbrella or as a matter of policy so that everybody moves towards, the same direction. Maybe I can also add my question before I give the mic. MSC, thank you for preempting some of the issues we may have raised. I think from where I stand and the business we do as we are now called cargo owners, ambassadors, or I don't know, secretaries, as Mr. Salim said. You spoke about MBLs, but I would request that the entire shipping industry and transporters, we adopt those green technologies so that probably one of the goals we must achieve is, doing away with these hard copy documents, like the BLs, the delivery orders, this equipment interchange reports. So from MSC and maybe the knowledge you have with the other shipping companies, are they making an effort towards that paperless operations across the board? And I appreciate that we have our key partners here, Kenya Revenue Authority. I would also request to know how they are working towards the same. For example, we have, what did we call it, bond cancellation, automatic bond cancellation, which should be happening. Probably we can be informed on that from a KRA side, and we appreciate them very much. And the same case also from other stakeholders like KPA. We have this automatic gate-end operations. When do we actualize this, especially on the part of dealing with the transporters who are every day going in and out of KPA? Thank you very much.
Just a small suggestion or comment. As we said, we are living in one world. My name is Kayemba Ferunzi. I spoke earlier. MSC is the leading shipping company in this industry. What I wanted to say is, what can MSC do to assist other challenged shipping companies with probably older vessels? Just to say that I wanted to see if MSC can help this other shipping company. As we said, we are living in one world. It's not about doing business. It's about survival of the universe, of the world. Say vessels going on similar routes, to have them have discounted and consolidate the cargo, so that they don't have to do, so that to encourage them dispose the older vessels, and since they have younger fleets, and so that end of the day we can achieve sustainability and reduction in pollution.
Okay, thank you very much, Oga. My name is Andrew Chieng from Kenya International Freight and Warehousing Association. Mine will be a quick one. Maybe it's like a question leaning on a comment. And I wish the lady from MTCC was here, or generally the expert could advise on this. I want to dwell so much on the Green Port Initiative. We talked so much maybe on the deep sea or thereabout, but I want to dwell on the starboard side. And I've been reading somewhere about now the ports are gearing towards, she talked about reduced revs of the engine that saved 60% of the energy. But I'm looking where we are now heading towards the vessels switching off their engines completely and maybe plugging from the power sources within the port to operate the equipment and what have you, and also, of course, the port operating equipment, terminal tractors, RTGs, and what have you. So this is where our association as members, we spend 100% of our time across the ports. So maybe if we could get the timelines of the latest titles. I know they say it's beginning first steps. I know we are not there yet, but the initiatives of our port to adopt some of these green initiatives in terms of reducing some of these, greening the port where we operate on, and not necessarily dwelling so much on the sea, forgetting maybe about the port operating areas. So greening of the port is what I'm asking, the timelines maybe, so far what you have done, what's supposed to be done, so that we have a map or timelines of achieving the targets of greening our ports. Thank you.
I think with that, I'd like to bring it to an end. And Madam PS, a very good question to you, especially in respect to a coordinated approach, so that we all pull in the same direction. We appreciate what they are doing as fisheries. We appreciate what KMA is doing, but how do we harness the synergies? That would be interesting. The other most important thing is how do you bring in the other modes of transport to appreciate the initiatives of green shipping?
Okay. Thank you so much for that question, because it tells me that we are looking inward and seeing the broader picture. And to add that what we are discussing today represents very, very late developments, because shipping is a late arrival into this conversation. Because when we were negotiating the Kyoto Protocol and other international regimes, shipping was actually accidentally left out. And therefore, IMO is trying to to bridge a gap that has been there. And this started in 2018 with the adoption of the greenhouse gas strategy, and that's why we are having these heightened conversations about when will shipping also deliver on its commitments. That was the first time that the shipping industry was called upon also to be part of the journey. And to say that for the other sector, road, aviation, maybe the train, the least polluter, have been on the map for much longer than us. I know that there are national action plans that are being, or rather the focal point has been Ministry of Environment, and they've been very, very active. They even have a whole, directorate dealing with climate change issues. And it's actually us who had to plug in as the maritime sector to be part of the national conversations on that. So we are coming up with our action plans, and I like the fact that it's the industry actually asking the question, that we bring everybody together and we streamline and synergize on how all of us are going to work together towards a certain future of green everything, green transport. I hope I have answered that question.
Thanks. I don't hold his brief, but the thinking has been, even as we live here, can we mandate Kenya Maritime Authority working with the office just to bring in as more people onto the table to discuss possible roles and interventions so that none of us is left behind, and we bring everybody on board. I think that was the understanding, hopefully, yeah? So that we live here appreciating that it's not the end of it. It's just the start of continuation of a journey that is in place. And that also brings us back to the issue of being invited to the table, like the research institution. How do we rope them into this conversation? How do we ensure that whatever they're doing dovetails to what everybody else is doing? And that also creates some aspect of peer review, M&E, and also implementation.
Agreed.
Okay. Is that okay? She said agreed. Why don't we clap for agreed? Thank you very much. There were questions that were raised and about greening of the port. I think that's something we need to put to the door of the MD of KPA, because they are not here, unless somebody else holds brief or can comment. Mediterranean, you have something about greening of the port? That is one. And then secondly for you is, are you helping the small shipping lines, the disadvantaged? What are you sharing with them going forward? And then my friend Tanui, I'd like to invite to comment on automation. I know there's been issues about risk, legislation, because we want to go green across the board. And if paper is a challenge, then you can go electronic. So first and foremost is you kindly on the greening of the port and any other help you are giving across the board.
Thank you, Bwana Moderator. First, I'll thank Elijah for the point with regards to the shipbuilding. I think I'll just, Kimani asked about the community initiatives, and I think shipping lines, we have the CSR department that we're engaging the community. I think Madam Dr. will talk more about the initiatives that is there in the community level. But as a shipping line, there are CSR department, and that is already in place. With regards to the electronic bill of lading, I can say that we all know what happened with COVID. I can tell you a practical example. There's a time a shipper was exported some cargo from Mombasa to Mundra in India. Send the cargo reached Mundra. He had the OBL, he could not send the OBLs because the courier companies were closed you all understand if you don't take your cargo within a prescribed time, you pay port storage, you pay demurrage, and I can tell you for free, the consignee ended up paying over $20,000 just for an issue that could have been sorted if he had taken up the option of electronic bill of lading. So it's an issue of an industry, let's say the policymakers, KRA, KMA, to be flexible, especially KRA, sorry, I'm talking about KRA, to be flexible and actually adopt, move from physical to electronic bill of lading. And of course, the cargo owners, I think the onus is on you to push and take up the electronic bill of lading. So I can attest that so far this year, globally as MSC, over 300,000 electronic bills of lading have been issued, and it's been highly adopted in Europe, India, and China, and actually the US. So it's a global issue, and we should not be left behind. We should actually be more proactive. I think Kenya, we are well known for what, social media. Hope we are not the biggest guys in Twitter, Facebook, all the social networks. Let's also appreciate the fact that we have the electronic bill of lading. Thank you. Madam PS, you wanted to chip in kidogo?
Yes, sir, if you allow me, sorry. Just to say that, yes, we are the biggest user, is it KOT, Kenyans on Twitter, very active. But on one side, we move very fast. But on the other, when it comes to the regulatory officialdom way of doing business, we tend to lag behind. But I want to throw the ball back at us. Are we deserving of that kind of accommodation? And this one, the challenge I'll throw to the ambassadors for cargo owners. Because we want the regulators, the government, to treat us like we've come of age. But we don't want to take responsibility that comes with that recognition. When we import mattresses, because they are cheaper, but when they arrive, they become high-end motor vehicles. Who do we blame? Yes, those are the kind of issues that maybe KRA will talk about, that we don't want to take responsibility for the benefits that we are asking for. Can we be, what is the word you used? Honest or not honest? Huh? We don't want to be compliant. We want to break every rule. And yet when the burdens are imposed on us, we complain. But can we work with the regulators and show our compliance levels deserve of that confidence that they are seeking, that we, or government bestows on them? That said, to contain will have a measure of truth so that we can be deserving of that kind of trust. Yes.
Thank you, Madam PS. And just to inform the audience, as shipping lines, there's an incentive to use. You can imagine we are giving you an electronic option, and we are giving you an incentive to adopt. You can imagine how we are spoiling our customers. About MSC helping the other shipping lines, I don't think I'm the right person to talk about that, but of course, it's a private company, so any decision has to be done by the owners or the top guys. But in terms of collaboration, of course, we have vessel sharing agreements with also other shipping lines because of the economies of scale. When you load more cargo in one ship, it's cheaper than doing separately. And I think into Mombasa, you've seen so many consortias. You find 3 different lines using one vessel. So it's a common practice in the market. And then lastly, with regards to KPA being a green port, I'm not 100% sure, but of course one of the issues that as lines we are looking at is, when the ships are alongside, we still have to run the generators. So if KPA can be able to offer plug-in points, then you can be able to power the electronics in the ship instead of using generators. Thank you.
I would like to just respond to the question from Kamali on communities. And I think what I got were whether there are efforts to involve communities to come up with initiatives that contribute to the blue economy. And I'll just highlight that there are, and I'll talk from the point of view of my institution. We do applied research that has to have a benefit to communities. And I'll give one or two examples. If you've heard of seaweed farming, that's a benefit for blue economy run by communities in the South Coast. You can Google Mama Fatma seaweed. You'll see her on YouTube. We've also contributed towards crab farming in Mida Creek, and I think that is expanding to different communities. And you can also find that on a link for Crab Shack in Mida Creek. That has been a core community that has worked very innovatively to sustain themselves and gain a livelihood from crab farming and their mangrove environment. So there are examples that exist. Many of these start out as small research projects, communities upscale it, and often private sector comes in with interest. So for seaweed farming, there's been a lot of private sector support to enhance and build that sector. In terms of, there are also aquaculture initiatives that are starting up. So along the coast, you'll find, I think, different initiatives that involve communities, and there are benefits sharing in those initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those responses. My friend, Mr. Tanui, you are on the hot seat by extension. Could you just tell us something about automation?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Bwana Kayo. And thank you for the questions that has been directed to my organization. I like what the PS said. Some of the controls that have been made are arising because of the bad compliance from our taxpayers. If everybody was truthful and declaring the correct information for purposes of taxation, then some of the controls that we are putting in, we will not be putting in to ensure faster clearance of our consignments. I know in the past, we've invested so much in cargo scanners. Scanning of our consignments has been very effective, and I think it's increasing the tax-paying culture of our taxpayers. When we engage like this in a business forum, I think we need to be truthful. We need to declare correctly so that we encourage international trade. In respect of some of the documentations which are demanded by KRA customs, like the issue which was raised on bond cancellation, some of these things are building up because of past experiences where maybe some fraud has been made and officers are not, they fear. But we are working towards digitalization of all our operations. During the COVID-19, paperless clearance were made, and we have a robust ICMS system. And I believe within the short run, all our processes will have been digitalized to enhance efficiency. It will also reduce corruption because the interaction between the tax officials and the business community will be cut off, and that's things you will be doing clearance process from your offices, from your homes, because our systems are internet-based. So we are working towards that for that question. And I think I can stop at that. Thank you.
I think I like what I've heard from all of us. There's need for automation, and there's indeed a lot of benefits. And that marks the end of our session. Kindly let's put our hands together for Daktari and Patrick. You may take your seats kindly. Thank you. I think we have reached at a point where we can just, in a brief way, talk about the way forward. I think there are many things that we have had today. Everybody is holding a part of the elephant and know how big the elephant is. Everybody's saying this is the most important part of it. So I'll try just to summarize some of what we possibly need to think through or adapt as activities going forward. Number one, which I think is very important, is for us to take responsibility, both as cargo owners, both as people involved in the greening, and this is across all modes of transport. And I like what Madam Pierre said about the cargo owners taking responsibility of their declaration, and that will also ensure that some of the policies and the interventions are not as stringent as they are. I think the taking of responsibility is important. I like what Patrick said, that we only have one Earth, and we just have to protect that. I think that to me is important. The issue of capacity building kept on coming. So there's a need for capacity building and awareness creation of this greening, green shipping, and what our responsibilities are. I think there's also need of enactment of appropriate policies that are responsive to green shipping, and that should be across the board, both from the port to railway and to the road. I just need not to belabor on automation. I think as an industry, we must say, yes, we want it, and we are ready for it. MSC has talked about benefits as in incentives for people who get the electronic BL, the electronic DO. This part of the world, I hear there's a lot of complication of fraud. So how do we, with the help of the ambassadors, how do we mitigate the fraud aspect and secure the DOs and the BLs? I think that's a discussion that we need to move forward, and hopefully that KMA, working with all of us, can look at how to automate and what to automate. You are honest. People interaction is a very good conduit for monkey business. I think that's something that we learned during the COVID. Things were able to move seamlessly, and things have gone back to where they were. There's need for specific actions. Again, allow me to say I've seen the actions from our friends, the fisheries. I've seen actions from the shipping line. I've seen the actions from IMO. So we just have to put in actions, and that's important. There's also need for us to adapt to green shipping technologies. And here there's an opportunity for us to do our research and development, and not only to depend on what has been developed elsewhere. What technologies are we developing as a country? And I know we have very highly qualified young people who are very innovative. So I think something we need to look into. Back to IMO, and in response to the question that was raised from the research institution, let's invite ourselves to the table and say, this is the expertise I want to bring to this discourse. And I said, let's invite ourselves. So I think the responsibility for KMA is to get all of us involved. As you go out, can you leave it open-ended for any expert to join you, and also to build into the discussions? That will be important. I like the issue about the running engines and the need for plug-in points. I think that's something we need to push to KPA to make it available, that the ships do not necessarily have to be running at the port, but there's an opportunity for plug-in. I think the other area is just efficiency. If the ports become more efficient, then even the gas emissions is reduced. So I think that's another thing that we need to think going forward. We have had some rapporteurs. We'll be putting together a brief report and action points, a one-page of action points, so that we keep reminding ourselves. Last year we were talking about the seafarers. This year we're talking about green shipping, but we must not lose track of the commitments we make. I don't think we should just meet here for 5-6 hours and go, and there's no action out of that. Those are some of the way forward. I see, Salim, you have one burning one?
small Land Cruiser, a Guzzler. I think what we should do from load port, what happens? From our side here, when we do exports, KRA verifies what you are stuffing. And therefore that goes into the declarations. So what is happening from overseas load ports? Are they loading mattresses and say they're also loading at the same time and nobody observes this? What I'm saying basically, we should come up with a policy, an international one, that all export entries from overseas should be transmitted to KRA here so that we know this is exactly what was loaded. Okay. So that we share information right from load port. And that should be what we should declare. Otherwise, this idea of getting mattresses and ending up seeing motor vehicles will be a thing of the past until we discuss and agree at an international level that we use one document for export.
Thanks,
I think that's what I wanted to contribute.
Yeah, so I want to summarize and say you agree with the PS that we missed this clear for good intentions or bad intentions.
But we want also to be told after investigation what transpired. Where did we go wrong?
Okay.
It cannot have been loaded at the port of Mombasa, of course. It is from load port.
Okay.
So we have to have responsibility also from operations from load ports.
Mr. Tanui, just a call for coordination, know your customer, so that whatever we are declaring is in sync with what is on the vessel.
We have also inspection companies from abroad. Why are they not checking these things? Why should we wait until the cargo is here?
Okay, Salim, I answer.
Because as cargo owners, ambassadors, what we do, we just depend on documents. I'm given an invoice and a packing list, and I declare cargo on the basis of BLs and all these other documents presented to me. I have no information at what exactly was loaded. I will only know when I open the container. Okay. Oh, kumbe ni gari. You know, that's where we are going wrong.
Thanks. I don't want to open it up for further discussion. You have not disagreed, Madam PS. You're in agreement that sometimes we declare mattress and then it's a big Mercedes-Benz. So we need to bring that to a stop. I think that's the short and far of it. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite my friend, Beth Mauricio, to move a vote of thanks. Kindly, let's put our hands together for her. As she comes, she must tell me I'll get gold from DRC and I'll declare it's gold.
Wow. One East Africa, Mjambo. And please let me remind us, it's not a burial ceremony. We are celebrating. The theme of today is greener shipping for sustainable environment. Wow. We need to promote our environment for our future. Let me start by our own Purity, the representative of IMO Secretary General. Purity, under your umbrella, we are regulating the industry alongside all other players. Ce que veut la femme, Dieu le veut également. Whatever God wants is what the lady wants. Thank you. Madam PS, our own captain, we are so thankful and proud of all the effort you've gathered to see Kenya as a nation comply with the IMO. This has been your battle. Hongera Mama. The KMA acting chair, Mr. Salah, the members of the board present. Ours is to appreciate your guidelines to KMA to ensure IMO's requirements are followed duly at KMA's level. Heads of other maritime administration here present, we do appreciate your presence among us. KPA, here represented. You are the platform that helps us link with the rest of the world through your services. With appreciation, receive our gratitude. Our regional commissioner, Mr. Tanoi, we all know that without our own revenue, it is not possible to sustain the environment. So thank you for making it possible. Womesa, the ladies in the house, can I see you standing up, please? All the ladies in the industry. Can I have the round of applause for them? Wonderful. Womesa, kindly have a seat. You are great, determined, intelligent, devoted ladies on Maritime. You are the real meaning of what says, la plus belle femme du monde ne donne que ce qu'elle a. You are giving the best of yourselves. You are making sure the maritime industry benefits from your commitment. The seafarers, you are the industry actors at the ground. Please continue helping the world breathe through your devoted labor. Ambassadors of the cargo owners, we honor you and commend you for your tireless self-sacrifice onto this industry. Ambassadorial members around here, we truly appreciate you, how smooth you make things move diplomatically. Nous en sommes si reconnaissants. Shipping lines, you offer to the world and at large your amazing effort as well to Kenya in particular. Through you, allow me to paraphrase IMO, which said, regulations drives innovation. We trust in you. Dr. Jacqueline and Ms. Lydia, thank you for your elaborate presentation. Members of the media, IT team, sound professional, receive our appreciation as you continuously help the world know and learn our small effort from here, even though we still need to do more. Serena Beach Hotel, please do convey our gratitude to the management team for this well-deserved and warm welcome. All participants have enjoyed your professionalism. KMA Choir, once again, Madam PS, I see you from its all humble beginning, those years back. And this credit is due to you. Asanteni sana kwaya kututumbuiza. Sengenya dancers, mkatamila ni mtumwa. Asanteni na nyinyi sio watumwa. Last but not least, my own and only my able brother, Oga. You did do this work very well. Oh. I'm extremely proud of you. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, allow me to conclude by saying this. Let this day not just be limited to this celebration, but all are being urged to maintain our marine environment for sustainable future for all. Matondo Nabino Banso, merci pour votre aimable attention. Thank you very much. Na asanteni sana. Happy World Maritime Day.
Thank you very much. When you are speaking in French, I thought you were going to mention le gold, la oga. I didn't hear that. But it's okay, it's well. Thank you very much for that vote of thanks, well appreciated. And let's all of us feel appreciated, named or not named. Makofi kwetu sisi zote. To whom much is given, much is expected. Is that true? Now allow me to call all the people who made presentations in the front. Madam P.S. tafadhali. Naomba tu kwa upendo uje usimame hapa mbele. Akifuatiliwa na Madam Purity Kirima. Tafadhali njoo hapa mbele. Dr. Jacqueline Uku. Thank you for making it so simple for us to understand what you are doing at Kemfree. Excellent. My friend Patrick, you did not disappoint the boy child. Sindio, he did not. Boy child, boy child. Salim, thanks for committing us to the Lord. Please come in the front. I'm looking for, do you have a representative from MTCC? MTCC, please come in the front. We like what the center is doing. And I just ask that you do more in Kenya, but don't forget the other African countries. Betha, please come in the front. I want to appreciate you so that more gold can come my way. Womesa, Kenya. Who is from Womesa, Kenya? Mary. Many. The many means there's a leader. Let's put our hands together for the leader of Womesa. I'm also being reminded of Womesa region. My friend, Karibu Sana. May I ask Mr. Mwangemi, the Joseph, Director of KM, to come and give them some gifts, kindly? So, this motivates all of us. Tomorrow you hear there's an event, say, I want to present. And then I'll ask you, what do you want to present on? Let's put our hands together for Director as he comes over to present. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. I admire your patience. I'm hopeful that you have done justice to the subject matter. And as our ladies said, let's go to our offices, let's go back home appreciating that we have one earth. We must sustain the environment by doing what is right for the environment. With those very many remarks, allow me to invite the KMA choir. They have a theme song. Let's put our hands together for, please, let's put our hands together kindly for the choir. Oh no, better, much better, much better. Once they are done, we'll be adjourning and we'll be going for lunch, which is now very close to the cocktail. I know we are famished, but a better clap will suffice. better. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. All right, it's getting better. Madam PS, there's a special song for you. Oh, your goodness. Oh, God is good. Now, the next one is even better. They'll be inviting you to join in the dance. So, and there's nobody coming to step on your feet. You wewe peke yako. Please take it away. And then from there, we'll be free to go out for our lunch. Take your photos from outside, and then we'll at the lunch. Please don't leave the cocktail. Please don't do what? I'm told to announce it well. Please don't leave the cocktail. I beg of you. It's specifically made for you. Tafadhali. So, the choir, Madam Pierce, and then once she's like, now is enough, she will walk out, and then we'll follow out as we go for our lunch. Thank you very much for being with me in this session. I appreciate your attentiveness. I like your questions. I love your commitment. We continue with the theme in our hearts and in our implementation. God bless you so much. Thank you very much.
kuregister. Pole sana.
Usijali.
Siko live.
Umemaliza.
Unamshika live lakini?
Wewe uko umejaa sana huko.
Adele. Hivi Norin namuta na Adele akisema mwenyewe sina adabu. Tuwa. Norin. Mwenyewe. Sio tuna hii masikio.
wala yahsul ikhtilafi, wala haiwezi katokea ikhtilaf wala iftiraq wala mgawanyiko illa bisababi adami tamassuki bikitabillahi wa sunnati rasulillah, illa kule kutengana na kukhtalifiana inapatikana tu kama watu wamewacha kushikamana na kitabu ya Allah na sunna yake bwana mtume Muhammadin sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Iftiraki ahli alkitab, kama utengano uliopatikana kwa watu wa kitabu, ma anna Allah anzala alayhim at-taurata wal injil, pamoja na kwamba Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala aliwaletea kitabu cha Taurata na Injili. Na mimi na wewe leo kama tutawacha Qur'an na Sunna, tutakuwa kama ahlul kitab ambao Allah aliwapatia Taurat na Injili, lakini lamma jaahum nabiyuna Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam, wakawa ni wenye kumkataa mtume Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam. Na kukataa kwao mtume Muhammad alayhi salatu wassalam ndio sababu ya wao kukataa Taurati yao na Injili yao. Kukataa Taurati kwao ni kukataa bwana Nabii Musa waambia